Hi, is Supervisor Desmond or someone from his office on the Zoom meeting? And if so, could you please test the sound for us? You are here. Thank you, Supervisor. And then I believe good morning, the last four digits, 7,000, the Voices of Our City Choir.
Hi, yes, this is John.
Great. I just was checking to make sure you were on the call. We will unmute you again when we're ready to do the proclamation. Thanks so much.
Also, thank
Hi, Rabbi. We're getting ready to go live. I just wanted to let you know that we can see you now on video. Thanks so much.
Can you hear me too?
Yes, we're all set. Thank you.
Well, good morning. I'll call this June 2nd, San Diego County Board of Supervisors to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman Cox. Before I call the roll, I would like to note for the record that supervisors are participating via teleconference. As such, all votes will be handled by a roll call vote. Additionally, before we begin, any members of the public that wish to provide oral testimony during today's meeting, please review the instructions posted on the Clerk of the Board's webpage. And I would remind members of the public that have requested to speak to wait to dial into the meeting until the item has been called. With that, I will now call the roll. Supervisor Jacob?
Here.
Supervisor Gaspar? Supervisor Fletcher? Supervisor Fletcher? Vice Chairman Desmond?
Here.
Chairman Cox?
Here. At this time, we would be honored to have the invocation, which today is going to be led by Rabbi Zalman Karlbach from the Chabad of downtown. And we hope that the rabbi is online right now.
Rabbi, if you could please unmute your microphone. You're currently muted.
Thank you.
There we go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I stand before the fine leaders of our wonderful city of San Diego in prayer during the current times of unrest around our country and the sickness of a virus still rampant in our midst. As this meeting is not just conducted in person, but broadcast publicly, I would also like to include the leaders and residents around the county of San Diego. The Mishnah, the book of Jewish traditions, teaches us, pray for the welfare of the government, for without the fear of it, man would swallow each other alive. Indeed, it is due to the presence of an upright system of government that law and order is established and that citizens are assured their freedoms and safety. In light of recent events, when sickness with the coronavirus still lingers in our midst and peace and justice is challenged with the death of George Floyd, we pray with more intensity than before. We are fortunate that our bodies of government, from the federal to the most local, protect the God-given rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all people. They are founded upon a trust in God and a belief that He created us equal, regardless of race, religion, color, or creed. I turn to the 7 universal laws of morality given by God thousands of years ago. They are the foundations of a moral and upright society. They include the belief in God, not to kill, not to steal, sexual morality, and establishing governments and endowing them with the power to enforce proper conduct. In the aftermath of the Crown House riots in 1991, Mayor David Dinkins met with the Lubavitcher Rebbe, the leader of the Chabad movement, seeking his advice and blessing on how to move forward with the city. The Rebbe expressed his hope that Mayor Dinkins would be able to bring peace to the city. When the mayor added, to both sides, the Rebbe responded with a smile. We are not two sides. We are one side. We are one people in one city, under one administration, and under one God. May God protect the police and all the people of the city. Being a public servant is a noble position, one that requires true strength and character. We are grateful to our elected officials for taking upon yourselves the burden of public service. May the Almighty reward your honorable deeds and bless your mission with success. Riboin Ha'olamim, Master of the universe, please grant the wisdom, understanding, and knowledge to those who hold the power to make decisions on behalf of this town and its inhabitants. Please guide them in their valuable work in the service of our community. May they always possess the integrity and strength to remain dedicated to the cause of protecting and defending the rights and freedoms of all. And in return, may they and their families be blessed with health, happiness, and success in all they do. May God grant the faith-based leaders the wisdom to guide the masses to peace throughout our wonderful nation. Let us say amen.
Amen.
And now would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, welcome to this June 2nd meeting. A little bit different location today, but we'll be back in the Board of Supervisors building, County Administration Center, tomorrow for our land use hearing. Just for the record, maybe we could make sure if Supervisor Gaspar and Supervisor Fletcher are online now. They are? Okay. Very good. We'll go right into the presentation or announcement of proclamations and awards. And today we have a very special proclamation, which is going to be given by Supervisor Nathan Fletcher. We know about the Voices of our city choir. They've got quite a reputation here in San Diego, a great reputation. And recently they were on America's Got Talent. But let me tell you, San Diego has talent. And I'm going to ask Supervisor Fletcher to go ahead and make that proclamation presentation at this time.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. It's not surprising that in the middle of a pandemic and such intense social upheaval, that we would take comfort in some things that inspire us, that lift us up, that have a way to bring us together. And seeing San Diego's own Voices of Our City Choir win the Golden Buzzer on America's Got Talent last week was a source of inspiration for everyone who watched it, a source of pride for those of us who are friends and know so many folks that are involved in this. And it was a powerful reminder to the entire nation that every single human being, no matter where they come from or what their circumstance, deserves and has dignity and value. And it is appropriate that we show our respect. And so today it is truly an honor to be joined by representatives of Voices of Our City Choirs. We recognize their incredible work. This includes Steph Johnson, the choir's executive director, my friend John Brady, the choir's director of advocacy and outreach, Beck Amundson, the choir's program director, and Patricia Gaines, the choir member who delivered the powerful spoken word segment that we are going to see here in just a minute. Voices of Our City Choir is truly building bridges and bringing a sense of community among San Diegans by bringing together those who are experiencing or have experienced being unsheltered, people who are at risk of housing instability, and community members who want to be a part of the solution by changing the attitudes and perceptions of the unsheltered. Voices of Our City Choir provides a platform for the voiceless to be heard, empowering hundreds of its members to share their stories and enriching our community. Since its inception, Voices of Our City Choir has lifted up its members, and everyone fortunate enough to listen to them, myself included, is better for it. I want to thank them for their advocacy, for the strong foundation, for everything that they do for our choir. And on May 26th of this year, millions of Americans got to see what so many of us here in San Diego has seen, which is their incredible courage, resilience, and their true artistic talent. And so I think I speak for most San Diegans when I say we cannot wait to see their next appearance, performance, and victory on America's Got Talent in the semifinals. But regardless of what happens down the road, we will forever and always treasure them and hold them as a true asset to our community. And so it's my pleasure to present this proclamation on behalf of the board to Voices of Our City Choir and declare this day, June 2nd, to be Voices of Our City Choir Day throughout the county of San Diego. And I believe this
Yeah, you're on.
Thank you. I think we're going to play the video real quick, and then we have a couple folks from the choir who are going to speak to us.
This is the Voices of Our City Choir. It's a choir I started about 4 years ago for people experiencing homelessness in San Diego.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What an amazing idea.
There were so many people living unsheltered in my neighborhood. I met musicians and singers, and I was like, wow, we could put together a group and sing together.
Yeah.
There's people who are in the choir, they can't afford medicine, they can't afford rent, so we help them out.
Right.
And through the money that we've raised, we've helped people get off the street.
Wow. Wow. What's the song you're going to do?
The choir actually wrote the song.
Oh, wow.
We have a songwriting workshop.
Okay, good. Let's see what happens in the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Awesome.
Listen to the sound of the sidewalk. Listen to the sounds of the sidewalk. Listen to the sounds of the sidewalk. Going on the pavement with no one to beat. Smooth and steady, rolling easy down the street. Even though I'm not right back up on my feet. Helping myself stand up independent. I gotta keep that hope for tomorrow. With the dignity inside. What's mine is yours to follow. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Yeah. To the sound of the sidewalk. Listen to the sound of the sidewalk. Hopeful eyes searching. Restless arms reaching. Wow. Our battle's going down with chaos all around. And the mother reassures herself everything will be all right as she steps in rhythm to the sounds of the sidewalk.
I tell you how I felt watching this choir is that there's no question of doubt that there is strength in numbers. And my favorite moment was the talking.
Yes.
I've never heard that happen in a choir before.
Thank you.
The tone of your voice, it's just sensational.
Thank you.
What we have here is a collection of really talented people, and we need that raw talent to begin with. And that's what we've got. We live in a world at the moment, there is so much talking, but you've actually made something happen.
Simon, I gotta stop you right now.
Okay.
Oh, you said there's nothing but talk going on.
Yep.
But it's time to make something happen right now. For everybody on this stage. What they did today has moved me to this point right now.
No, she's happy. She's happy.
Oh my God! I love you guys! I love you guys, man. Come here. Voices of Our City Choir, you are going straight to the live show. Thank you. I believe in you. I believe in you.
Congratulations.
It's an honor to help you today. What you're doing right now is beyond. It's totally beyond. You deserve it.
Thank you for that. I think we have a few members of the choir who are joining us here, and I'd like to turn it over briefly to them.
Well, this is Steph Johnson, the executive director, co-founder, the choir director, the bus driver, the wannabe case manager, the all of it, you know. To all of our county board of supervisors on this call, to everybody that serves in the city of San Diego to make this place a better place. We are truly honored to be recognized and to call June 2nd Voices of Our City Choir Day. Is that what we get to call it?
Yeah.
Your day.
What's that?
It's your day.
It's our day. Thank you so much, Nathan Fletcher. I'd love to let Patricia say a couple words. If you'd like to say something, Patricia, to the supervisors on the call.
Yes. Wow. This is a blessing. You know, these are years and years of prayer being answered. Thank you so much for the recognition. This is a big step forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow. Thanks, Patricia. This is John Brady. This is such an honor. You know, I mean, 4 years ago, I had just ended a year on the streets of San Diego. Now I work with you, Nathan, and all of the leadership at the county and the city to find better solutions and improve our systems so that we can help more people that are unsheltered on the street. I'm so grateful for the recognition on behalf of the choir. And, you know, in this time of turmoil, we're seeing the results of years and decades of built up inequality in our system. And I really want to commend you for taking a leadership position, not only during this time of crisis as related to coronavirus, but also during this time of civil discord. And really recognize the County Board of Supervisors and all the leadership for the significant steps we're making moving forward together. We're grateful and honored for this recognition today, and on behalf of the choir, I cannot say thank you more.
Yes, thank you from everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our thanks go to you all, and you make us very proud. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Fletcher, for bringing that forward. And again, congratulations to the Voices of Our City Choir. We congratulate them on their success on America's Got Talent, and we look forward to seeing them in their next performance as they move through the process. And we certainly would look forward to the opportunity maybe to bringing them down to a board meeting once we get back into our normal routines and actually having people present in our facilities here. I neglected to thank Rabbi Carl Bach for his invocation this morning. I apologize for that, but Rabbi, we certainly appreciated your invocation and your kind words. We'll move on now to public communications. At this time, the clerk will read those public communications that we have received prior to the beginning of this meeting, and I'll ask him to go ahead and do that at this time.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. There are 41 comments submitted by the public on non-agenda items. However, 35 of those comments were identical, so I'll read the unique comments first and then read the names of the individuals that submitted the same comment. The first non-agenda public comment is from Mary Smart. It reads, I hope the Board of Supervisors will call on the sheriff to stop jailing people for minor offenses and to release as many people from county jails as possible. Jails, prisons, and detention centers around the U.S. have become epicenters of devastating COVID-19 outbreaks. We need to empty our county jails in order to keep our community safe. The second comment is from Chip Gilbert. It reads, hello, I'm asking the Board of Supervisors for help with the county lakes. The city of San Diego is going to lose a very valuable asset to the community. The mayor has set up a budget to cut the lakes program. We need you all to come together, take control of our county lakes, and save this very valuable resource for all to enjoy. Please help your constituents. Third comment is from Chuck Gunderson. It reads, I want to know where our Board of Supervisors, and in particular Nathan Fletcher, was in reminding people that we are still in a pandemic. So it's not okay to play Frisbee on the beach with my children and that I could be subject to arrest, but it's just fine to assemble en masse and protest. So much for social distancing, and we may have started at ground zero again with the virus. I didn't hear a word from any of the supervisors that we are still need to be careful about social distancing. Thank you. The fourth comment is from Kalia Warsham. It reads, I support the Black Lives Movement. The fifth comment is from Michelle Krug. It reads, I am again requesting reconsideration of allowing people to make non-agenda comments verbally, the same as we are able to speak on any other agenda item. As a blind person without internet access, written comments present an additional obstacle. Also, the Persons with Disabilities Commission has not had a meeting since January or February. This is an especially hard time for this group of people, which really could use a voice, particularly during this time. The sixth comment is from Michelle Warsham. It reads, it's time to unite in solidarity to bring awareness to police brutality and inequality within the criminal justice system faced by African Americans over 400 years. We need change regarding criminal justice and police reform. Together, we must renew procedures and ensure law enforcement agencies have clear policies enforced consistently. There should be an independent body that conducts investigations of alleged misconduct. Thank you for allowing me to provide comments to you today. The following 35 individuals submitted the same comment. Corshell Warsham, Kenia Ledesma, Nicole Pruitt, Daniela Galan, Samantha Galindo, Charmaine Tharps, Sarah Alweiss, DC, Rachel Patterson, Emily Higgins, Ann Cruz, Gabby Sakaris, Katie Ryan, Renee Wallace, Myra Meza, Melissa Leal, Amanda Escadarian, Mia Lamb, Sydney Boliti, Alexa Smith, Elisa Rowian, Kiana Warsham, Gian Ricafrente, Michaela Boyson, Emily Sierra, Denise Flores, Kenya Ledesma, Victoria Akalund, Dana Zayden, Marjorie Bautista, Daisy Coronado, Joel Diaz, Anna Rodas, Diana De La Garza, and Rafael Rio. It reads, good morning, Chairman Cox and San Diego County Board of Supervisors. Today, my comments will be regarding a need for change regarding criminal justice and police reform. And here is one point where we can start looking at reform together. Every law enforcement agency should have clear policies, including an independent body that conducts investigations of alleged misconduct. Thank you for allowing me to provide comments to you today. The remaining comments received under non-agenda public comments were related to items on today's agenda. Those comments have been distributed to the board and will be filed with the appropriate agenda items. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll move on now to the approval of the statement of proceedings and the minutes for the regular meeting of May 19th, 2020, and the Board of Supervisors special meeting of May 13th, 2020. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Okay, I think I heard a motion from Supervisor Gaspar, seconded by Supervisor Jacob. If there's no further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Thank you very much. We have one off-docket item. This is off-docket item number 1. Would the clerk identify what that item is?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we go through the consent calendar, it'd be appropriate to consider off-docket item number 1. Copies have been provided to the board, and we've also made copies available online for the public. This is for off-agenda consideration for ratification of proclamation of local countywide emergency. Subject to the posting of the agenda, there arose the following facts and circumstances which support the need to take action at this time with respect to determining the position of the Board of Supervisors will take with respect to the above referenced item, the ratification of proclamation of local countywide emergency. On May 31st, 2020, the Chief Administrative Officer, in her capacity as Director of Emergency Services, issued a proclamation of existence of a countywide emergency related to civil unrest in various parts of the county. The proclamation must be ratified by the Board of Supervisors within 7 days. Therefore, staff could not wait to place the matter on the agenda for the next meeting of the Board of Supervisors. It'd be appropriate at this time for the board to adopt the findings and place the item on the agenda.
Okay, can I have a motion to add this item to the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Gaspar, seconded by Supervisor Jacob to add off-docket item number 1 to today's consent agenda. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye. So off-docket item number 1 is added to the board's agenda for today and may be placed on the consent calendar.
Very good. The consent calendar, all items on the consent calendar will be considered to be routine and will be acted upon by one motion unless there's a desire on the part of the public. or members of the board to pull items for additional discussion. Could I start off by asking the clerk to please identify those items that the public has requested to be pulled?
Thank you, Chairman Cox. Item 3 has been pulled by the public. Item 4 has been pulled by the public. Item 5 has been pulled by the public. Item 6 has been pulled by the public. Item 9 has been pulled by the public and also requires the board to conduct an assessment ballot proceedings. Item 13 has been pulled by the public. And item 22 has been pulled by the public. Item 23, as well as item 1 on the Air Pollution Control District agenda, are closed session matters that will be considered at the conclusion of the board's public session. Off docket item number 1 that was just approved is also placed on the consent calendar for your board's consideration. All the remaining items on the Board of Supervisors agenda may be placed on the consent calendar.
Okay, let me start off by asking Supervisor Jacob if she has any additional items to pull or comments she would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No additional items to pull. I do have comments on item number 1. The action before the board today is another really big step in the evolution of the San Diego County Fire Authority. Currently, the San Diego County Fire Authority operates within CSA 135, which was established for the regional communication system. The action today will divest CSA number 135 of its fire protection and emergency medical service powers and concurrently form a new dependent fire protection district to be called the San Diego County Fire Protection District. There's several benefits to taking this step, and it's like a baby that was born in 2008 has now become an adult. The action formalizes the San Diego County Fire Authority as a standalone agency with its own boundary, but it also responds to the vote to amend the county charter to make San Diego County Fire Authority and its services a committed County of San Diego function. Over the past 15 years, the county has invested more than $500 million to boost fire and emergency service capabilities. We've come a long way, and it hasn't always been easy. But where we stand today has been worth it, and we've seen the results. We certainly aren't done, but we have a path forward for becoming even stronger. I want to take a moment to thank particularly my colleague, Supervisor Jim Desmond, for bringing this item forward today. LAFCO did take the appropriate decision yesterday on the reorganization. I also want to thank Holly Porter, Fire Chief Tony Meacham, Herman Reddick, and all those in the public safety group and the San Diego County Fire Authority who worked very, very hard to get to the point that we are in today. So with that, I will move approval of the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Jacob. We'll move on now to Supervisor Gaspar.
Thank you, Chairman. I have no additional comments, and I'll second the consent calendar.
Very good. We'll move on to Supervisor Fletcher.
Thank you, sir. I have no comments and nothing to pull.
Okay, Vice Chairman Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no items to pull, but I do want to make a comment also on item 1. I want to thank the previous boards and most importantly Supervisor Jacob for her vision and leadership to bring about this meaningful change to enhance our public safety and firefighting capabilities in the unincorporated areas. We as the board, we act essentially as the mayor and the city council in these unincorporated areas, and having an accountable and sound fire safety and emergency medical response to this area is on the top of the list for these residents. So I too I appreciate the work of the staff that has gone into making this a reality. I want to thank our CAO, Helen Robbins-Meyer, Holly Porter, Herman Reddick, Chief Meacham, and the rest of the county team. This is a phenomenal achievement and really adds to the safety and firefighting capabilities of the unincorporated area, which not only I'm sure the people in the unincorporated area appreciate, but the people in the entire county of San Diego. So congratulations, Supervisor Jacob. It was a long time coming, but a job well done. Thanks.
Very good. I have no items to pull. I would just add my congratulations to Supervisor Jacob and also Supervisor Desmond for his work on bringing item number 1 forward. I would acknowledge that Chief Tony Meacham is here in the audience at the County Administration Center or County Operations Center. I don't know whether he wants to say anything, but Tony, we certainly thank you for your leadership and all the work you've done with the Fire Authority. Thank you. With that, we do have a motion from Supervisor Jacobs, seconded by Supervisor Gaspar. Would the clerk please identify those items we'll be voting on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board will be voting on all items except items 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 13, and 22. And item 23 and item 1 on the Air Pollution Control District agenda are closed session matters.
Very good. And again, we do have a motion and a second before us. So if the clerk would please go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that motion, item 18 introduces an ordinance amending the compensation ordinance and establishing compensation, and introduces an ordinance amending the Administrative Code Section 492. With that, Supervisor Cox, or Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Very good. The first item that we're going to deal with is item number 9, which is to conduct an absent ballot election to levy an assessment and propose permanent road division number 1000, zone number 1017. And just for organizational purposes, my intent this morning would be to go ahead and hear the public testimony on item 9. There will be a ballot election. We will announce the results of that ballot election at the end of the meeting after they've been tabulated. We'll then go to item number 13. We'll go to number 6, and then we'll have item number 4, followed by 3 and 5, and then 22. So with that, let me ask if there's a presentation on number 9.
Mr. Chairman, before we begin the presentation, I would like to ask that any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you, and you will be muted until it is your turn to speak.
Good morning, Chairman Cox and members of the board. I'm Jason Forga, Unit Manager at the Department of Public Works. This item is a request to conduct a public hearing to levy an assessment and form a new permanent road division, or PRD zone, within the county. PRD zones are special districts that are formed at the request of property owners to pay for maintenance of their private roads. The county's PRD program benefits property owners by providing road maintenance services through experienced public works staff and contractors. Maintenance is funded by assessments that are collected on property tax rolls. In accordance with Board Policy J16, the PRD program is a full cost recovery program which requires each PRD zone to reimburse the county for administration costs incurred to manage the zone. There are 67 PRD zones that provide maintenance services to approximately 5,500 parcels. Of the 1,000 miles of private roads in the unincorporated county areas, almost 10%, or 94 miles, are maintained by this program. Today's hearing is to receive public comments on the formation of a PRD zone for maintenance of portions of Calba, Haley, and Tobe Streets in the community of Ramona. The PRD boundary includes 59 parcels, and a majority of the property owners signed the petition supporting today's election. DPW staff worked with property owners to determine the assessment amounts based on the maintenance plan, and property owners have submitted declarations noting that the roads are open to the public as required by state law. The assessment will raise approximately $30,000 annually. Revenue from the first year will be used to reimburse money already spent from the general fund to form the PRD and fund liability insurance and administration. Starting in fiscal year 2021-22, assessments will be used for annual road grading, a reserve fund, and administration. A third-party assessment engineer determined the amount each parcel will pay. The amount is based on the standard trip generation manual for the San Diego area. Parcels with higher traffic volumes will pay a higher amount because they benefit more from the road. Assessment rates are confirmed annually by the board. To ensure ongoing adequate funding, the assessment includes the option for annual adjustments based on a construction cost index. Property owner petition supporting the election to form the PRD zone was submitted to your board on April 7th. On that day, your board called for an election and ballots were mailed to property owners. Ballots are weighed proportionally to the annual assessment, meaning greater voting power is given to parcels that pay more. At today's hearing, property owners can provide comments and submit ballots prior to the close of the public hearing. Upon the conclusion of the hearing, your board will be asked to direct the clerk of the board to tabulate election results. Your board will then be asked to receive and confirm the results. The PRD zone will not be formed if property owners do not approve or if your board decides not to form after public comments. If property owners approve the PRD zone formation with 50% or more of the weighted ballots, then the following actions should be considered. Adopt a resolution declaring the included roads as public roads, approve the engineer's report, and adopt a resolution to establish the PRD zone, adopt an ordinance to collect charges on the tax roll, direct the auditor and controller to create a new operating fund, and authorize county departments to take any action necessary to form the PRD zone and levy the assessments. This concludes staff's presentation, and we're available to answer any questions.
Very good. Are there any questions from the supervisors? Hearing none, then we'll go to the public testimony on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will note that we have received 6 e-comments on this item, and we have 7 requests to speak. Looks like a number of those are on the call. As a reminder for the callers, if you do not wish to speak on this item, hang up and call back when the board begins discussion of the next item. We will be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted, and each caller will be asked to state their name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address the board. I would remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or their live video feed before they begin speaking. I'd like to invite the first caller.
Thank you. Our first caller is 2737.
Yes, my name is Joe Prazak. I own and reside at 178 South Caldwell that has easements on both Caldwell and Taub. Additionally, I own a second lot that has an easement on Taub. I'm here to express my support for this PRD. In the 7 years that I lived in my house, the road has been in bad to terrible shape for about 75% of the time. Currently, we have no consistent method of maintaining it. Additionally, none are held responsible for the condition of their easements. Nearly every spring, it becomes riddled with potholes and ditches where water has washed away the decomposed granite. On occasion, a few generous individuals use their own tractors to grade the road. This is helpful, but in no way a remedy. This situation causes wear and tear on our vehicles, confrontation and tension between the neighbors, and at worst has been a safety issue. I personally have had emergency vehicles delayed. When my father had a medical emergency in the spring of 2018, I discovered the cause of the delay was due to the condition of the road, specifically a 2 to 3 foot deep, 15-foot wide puddle that forms at the intersection of Caldwell and Robertson nearly every rainy season. I witnessed the fire truck stop and wait for the sheriff to escort him in. Presumably, they were afraid of getting the fire truck stuck, which isn't unlikely as many vehicles get stuck every rainy season on these roads. While I understand some of the objection of my neighbors have expressed, to date, no one has provided a reasonable solution except for this one before us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4647.
Hello. My name is Robert Sparks, and I live on Caldwell Street at 275 Caldwell. I've lived here for 22 years. During that time, I've worn out 2 old tractors, and I'm working on a 3rd one, grading Caldwell Street. I'm now retired, but even when I was working full time, I'd rush home to try and fill the holes on the road after the rain. I agree with the previous caller. It's certainly not a solution. At best, I was filling in holes so we could do the best we could with it, but it usually take 2 to 4 hours to grade that half mile from my house all the way out to Main Street. I've heard some talk by some neighbors during this discussion about PRD saying that we can do a better job keeping the road up than the county can and at a lesser price. In the 22 years I've been doing this road, seldom has a neighbor even lifted a shovel to help, except for Mike Bailey. A few here and there otherwise, but whenever there's been money collected to have the road professionally graded, it was principally Mike Bailey doing the collecting. Multiple times over the years, Mike and I have paid for small loads of DG without soliciting funds from others. I guess the question I would ask those who say we can do a better job than the county is how many times have you collected funds to grade the road, and how many times have you rented a tractor or used your own tractor to grade the road? I can tell you it's only happened a few times in total, and mostly since the ballots for the PRD were sent out. I am in full support of the Calbaugh Street PRD. I have spent at least the same amount of money personally every year in maintenance and fuel for my tractor as it will cost me in property tax assessments. I think the neighbors that say we can do a better job mean Mike and I can do a better job. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7166.
Hello, with that, my name is Michael Bailey, or Mike. I live on Calbaugh. I've lived here for 31 years on this road, and Bob Sparks is my next door neighbor. I also have a tractor. It's the two of us that have been maintaining this road for a very long time. Both of our tractors are too small to do the job, but we do the best we can for our neighbors. I personally have broken both the transmission and the rear end on my small tractor trying to do that road, and I paid for the repairs out of my own pocket. I've also collected money or tried to raise money multiple times to do repairs. That's typically what happens is the road will degrade to the point where we really have no choice, but we have to get a commercial company in here. That process starts by me going door to door and getting pledges from people for the money. And once I have a certain amount of pledges, then I go to a contractor and we say, okay, what can we get for this amount of money? The contractor will usually say that's not enough, and we'll go back and forth with more pledges back to the contractor until we can generate enough money. This process takes weeks. Once we get enough money to actually perform a good job where we're replacing DG, checking for drainage, replacing culverts that have gone bad, then we have to commit to the job. Then the process starts of going back door to door to collect all those pledges. Again, extremely lengthy process. I would not wish that job on my worst enemy. It is a terrible process to do and very stressful and not maintainable. I support this PRD fully and wholeheartedly. The road has to be maintained every year, and this PRD gives that to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8204.
Hi, good morning. This is Alice Stinnett, and I live on Calbaugh Street in my family home, which has been here for 48 years. My father used to head up the collection fund to keep the road maintained yearly, and it was truly a process. He's no longer with us, but I do remember the challenges he would face, but everyone did a good job to try and do their part. With the road being maintained, it helps prevent damage to our vehicles that we incur with an unmaintained road. I have a car, like many others. Not all of us can have trucks or four-wheel drives. And in the winters, after multiple days of rain, it makes it next to impossible to drive down Calbaugh. The deep holes that develop and fill with water, sometimes with water coming up as high as to the mid part of your door, make it extremely hard to try and navigate going through those. The ruts that develop into the road are very deep and jagged and are very hard on your tires, and the maintenance that has to be involved in trying to keep your car maintainable in order to get down Calbaugh. The maintenance expense and damage to our cars can be quite costly. This is why I'm in favor of the road being maintained and would gladly appreciate the support of you stepping in to maintain our road. It's hard to find alternate routes at times, especially in the winter, in order to avoid these processes. I can only continue seeing it becoming worse with more damage if we don't have assistance and help from you. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2482.
Hello, thank you for allowing the opportunity to speak. My name is Travis Nichols. I live at 246 Haley Street, and I have been for the past few years now. I've lived there for almost 10 years, and once I moved there with my family, realized that the roads were surely an issue and challenge that needed some assistance. So Tube and Haley Street, which are also on this PRD, basically are adjacent or adjoining roads to Cowball, from which you've heard the other neighbors speak so far. I've really been the one responsible for, well, almost the last 10 years now, for going door to door and collecting and raising the money to hire a subcontractor to come in and blade the road, if you will. Although it's been, I enjoy speaking with the neighbors and coming together with the neighbors. It is quite task heavy and time consuming. And majority of the time I end up covering a major portion of the financial difference, or delta, if you will, between what's raised and what is needed. And so I am fully in support of this PRD. I agree with all the things that have been said concerning the challenges that the road provides, from medical challenges to vehicle challenges. Again, I am in full support of this PRD and appreciate your time and listening to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 additional callers who may be calling for item 9, so we'll unmute you and call you by the last 4 digits. And then if you're here to speak on item 9, which is the proposed permanent road division in Ramona, you may please state your first and last name and then proceed. If you're not here to speak on that item, please let us know, and we'll call you when we come to the item that you are here to speak on. So the first one is 0736. Sir, we can't hear you. Your volume is really low. Is there a way to increase the volume? We still can't hear you, so perhaps you'd like to try calling back. We'll move on to the next caller, 5100.
Hello, my name is Delise Maxwell. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for reviewing our PRD. I appreciate all the hard work the county and road committee has put into the Cowbaugh, Taub, Haley PRD. I have lived on Cowbaugh for 6 years and have seen how bad the road can get. During the rainy season, it gets so full of potholes and large puddles, I use alternate roads to get to Highway 67. In recent years, several of us went door to door to collect funds to fix the road. This is a time-consuming project, and not everyone is willing to contribute. This puts a burden on fewer neighbors to maintain the road. The PRD will allow the cost to be distributed evenly between all the neighbors, add value to our properties, and make sure medical personnel have no delays in responding to emergencies. Change is always difficult, and being the first PRD in many years is not easy. I support this PRD, and thank you for hearing our comments.
Thank you. We'll try to go back to 0736. We still can't hear you. Your volume is too low. I think if you'd like to try to hang up and call back, but we can't hear you, so we're going to move on. That concludes all the other speakers on item 9 at this time.
Chairman Cox, it would be appropriate, subject to any questions at this time, to entertain a motion for the following actions: to close the public hearing on the proposed assessments and direct the clerk of the board to tabulate all valid ballots received and certify the election results.
I would so move, Mr. Chairman. If I can make a couple of comments. We have a lot of private roads in the unincorporated area, and I'd like to commend the people that have been working very, very hard, a few of them, to maintain this road. But oftentimes, as we've heard today, the burden falls on just a few people, and the other people that take the benefit of this have a free ride. So being the first PRD, and I understand 10 years, I mean, I applaud all of those that have put this together and the staff for helping them to do that. So I put a motion on the floor, as the clerk had indicated, to move forward. And then at the end of the meeting, the ballots will be tabulated, and hopefully we'll see positive results.
I'll second the motion. Desmond.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Jacobs, seconded by Vice Chair Desmond. Let me just make one final inquiry. If there was that last caller was able to get in.
We'll try one more time with 0736.
Okay. Okay.
We can
0736.
I think they're called in for another item.
Are you there, sir?
Okay, we do have a motion and a second then to close the public hearing at this time. If there's no further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye. While the votes are being tabulated, this item will be tabled, and we'll come back to this item at the conclusion of the meeting or when we have a moment to review the results.
Very good. We'll move on to item number 13 now. This item was brought forward by Supervisor Jacob and our district attorney, Summer Steffen, and I would ask if Supervisor Jacob would have some introductory comments she'd like to make on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really pleased to join District Attorney Summer Steffen on these two pieces of legislation. This action, if approved by the board, would put the board on record in support for Assembly Bill 1927, Assembly Bill 2471, and Senate Bill 1196. What we're doing here is pretty simple: protecting victims of sexual abuse, seniors, and consumers. Let me go through them very briefly, and then I think our district attorney may want to make a couple of comments. Assembly Bill 1927 would provide sexual assault victims and witnesses with amnesty to encourage participation in a sexual assault prosecution. Current law makes it a crime to possess or use a controlled substance and for a minor to purchase and consume alcohol, which can create situations where sexual assault victims and witnesses choose not to come forward out of fear of prosecution in a separate trial. That's that one. Assembly Bill 2471 would further protect our seniors by extending the time for a senior to cancel certain contracts from 3 business days to 5. Seniors are the ones most likely to be victimized by aggressive sales tactics, resulting in a senior signing a contract for work they don't need or cannot afford, and they often don't read the fine print. The last one is Senate Bill 1196, and that would strengthen current law by clarifying that price gouging penalties also apply during a pandemic or epidemic disease outbreak, that all sales, including online sales, are covered by a price gouging prohibition, establishes a price measure of cost to determine prohibition, establishes a price measure of cost to determine price gouging, and authorizes the governor or the legislature to extend the duration of price gouging prohibitions past 30 days. Again, I'd like to acknowledge and thank our district attorney, Summer Steffen, for initiating the action on this legislation, and for the board hopefully to take the action with me today on that. And I know we do have some speakers, but I would put a motion on the floor to support the action that is before the board, that is recommended before the board today, and then we can go to the speakers.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Jacob, seconded by Vice Chair Desmond. Let me go ahead and call on the District Attorney Summer Steffen to make her comments.
Good morning, Chairman and Board of Supervisors, and thank you, Supervisor Jacob, for putting this item forward. I would greatly appreciate and be honored by the support of the board for these 3 common sense bills as described by Supervisor Jacob. We always find that our laws sometimes have holes in them, and that's what we found in the area of price gouging. As you know, the law passed many years ago before we had online sales. And what we discovered, and even the county was subject to this, is that many items are being sold by new companies online. And the law did not directly address those because the law says that you cannot charge during an emergency more than 10% of the amount you previously charged before the emergency, unless you can show that your costs have increased. But we found a lot of unscrupulous online sales that basically were first-time sellers or were posing as first-time sellers, and we couldn't really hold them as accountable as we wanted to be. This will close that loophole so that even if you're a new seller, you cannot sell then the item more than 50% than the cost that was attributed to you or the cost for you to sell and provide that service, that necessary service or item. And then with regard to seniors, we hear often that once they've discussed it with their family or their lawyer, the contract time to cancel is over with a short 3 days. So the 5 days would give us more time. And then with sexual assault victims, sadly, even with human trafficking victims, we find that alcohol and drugs are used by abusers and perpetrators, but then victims are told they're going to be the ones in trouble if they report it. So this allows for more protections for victims of those crimes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, District Attorney Stefan. Let me ask if there's any other public comments.
We had one request to speak in favor in this item, and it appears the individual has not called in, so we'll conclude public testimony in this item.
Supervisor Desmond, did you want to make some comments on this item?
No, I didn't have any comments. I had the second in the motion, but I think this is a great thing and put forth by our district attorney and Supervisor Jacob. I applaud the efforts, and these bills all look like they'll do a great job, and we'll be ready for the next pandemic.
Very good. I would concur with your comments. Let me ask if any of my other colleagues have any comments that they would like to make on this item. Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Very good. The next item we're going to deal with is item number 6. And this is the release of the 2019 Live Well San Diego report card on children, families, and community. Once again, I'm pleased to partner with Supervisor Diane Jacob and the Children's Initiative on the release of the 2019 report card on children, families, and community. I have to tell you, it was way back in the last century. Actually, it was during the last millennium that Supervisor Jacob and I brought forward a request in August of 1997 to have a biennial report card on how we are doing on providing services to children, families, and the community. I want to take a moment to thank Sandy McBrayer, the Chief Executive Officer of the Children's Initiative, for doing this analysis in collaboration with many partners, including our own Health and Human Services Agency. I think Sandy will be calling in for some brief comments on the report, but this year's report card is aligned with our 5 Live Well areas of influence and outlines the effects of important indicators across a lifespan. While most trends have improved over the years, doing this analysis reminds us that we can always do more to create a future where all residents of San Diego County are healthy, safe, and thriving. We will continue to use this report card as a roadmap for reliable resources for comprehensive data on the health and well-being of our children, families, and community. And I don't know whether Supervisor Jacob would like to say any comments. If she does, she can do so now or later. Diane, do you want to say anything?
I would just say, Mr. Chairman, this is our last report card. And I hope that it will continue over the years. And it's gone through some transformations thanks to Sandra McBrayer. And I will never forget the day that she came in with foster kids and piled up all those tennis shoes in a great big pile to make a point of how we need to focus on children. And we were the first jurisdiction, I believe, in the state to adopt the Children's Initiative. Out of that, the report card. And Sandra's been a big part of the revisions in the report card that have really made a difference in terms of measuring where we are. And I'm anxious to see it. I don't think any of us have seen it. As I understand, it was going to be released today at the board meeting. So I am anxious to see it and hope that my colleagues on the board that will be continuing will pick this up and continue in this effort. It is one way to provide the data to drive policy decisions and priorities for spending to help our kids. So Sandra, thank you. And thanks, Greg, for giving me just a couple minutes.
Absolutely. And I certainly remember that same board meeting and all those shoes. It was a very potent reminder that we had a lot of work to do, and we still do. So with that, let me call on Sandra McBrayer to go ahead and make her comments.
Good morning, Chairman Cox and members of the board. Mrs. Robbins-Myers, it is really a pleasure. And, you know, Ms. Jacobs, you are right. This is the last report card, and I wish I was there in front of you to be able to express my gratitude for both you and Chairman Cox. Today, the Children's Initiative is asking the Board of Supervisors to accept and release the 2019 Live Well San Diego report card on children, families, and communities. The Live Well report card supports the Live Well San Diego vision of health, safe, and thriving communities. As you know, the report card provides trend and comparative data which illustrates the health and well-being of our children and our families across the domains of health, safety, education, welfare, and economic support, from prenatal care to oral health, from juvenile arrest to substance abuse. The report card highlights 25 indicators for children and youth and 5 indicators for adults to show that behaviors happen across the life course, that what begins in childhood often follows us into adulthood, from smoking, obesity, poor dental hygiene. All of those things are set in a foundation at childhood that we need to address to ensure that we have healthy adults. This board, as many of you know, has been committed to collecting and analyzing and understanding data for so many years. And with your leadership during these trying times, data has proven to be crucial in ensuring the health and safety of our communities. Because of your ongoing leadership and support of our county report cards, we can document baseline data and are positioned in our county to know when, how, and where this pandemic will affect the health, safety, and economic security of our children and families in the coming years. More than ever, factual and accurate data is vital, and it guides our elected officials, our educators, law enforcement, community leaders, and residents in making critical decisions that can protect and improve the health and safety of our communities. The ability to review relevant data related to local jurisdictions, school districts, and communities help all of us to work collectively to support and advance our families. This report card is a team effort, and thanks needs to be given to our report card leadership team, our scientific advisory committee, the Health and Human Services Agency's team, who has just been incredible, so many county staff, SANDAG, and so many of our community partners. We do it collectively, and then we work collectively to improve the lives of our families. I want to thank and express my highest gratitude to Chairman Cox and Supervisor Jacobs. You have been here for the long haul. You have supported this report card for so many years, and your long-lasting commitment and support to have a local report card and believing that accurate data should drive decisions is invaluable. Your support of our county report card has improved the lives of thousands of children and families in our county, and I want to personally thank you for always prioritizing the best interests of our children and families. I have truly appreciated the opportunity to work and learn from you both. You have helped us improve our work, and you have guided us in ensuring that we prioritize those in need first. As you know, this report card, once released today, will be sent to all of our local and state elected officials, city leaderships, school board members, police chiefs, community organizations, all to help them make informed decisions on resource allocation, on program development, and on policy direction. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, to present this report card for your release, and I look forward to working with all of you as we continue to improve the lives of children and families in San Diego County. It's been an honor. Thank you very much.
Well, Sandy, thank you for your leadership over the years. Excuse me. You've been a part of this from the very beginning and are such an integral part of everything we do in regards to providing services to children, youth, and families in San Diego County, and we sincerely appreciate your leadership and effort over the years. Let me ask if there is any additional public comments.
There are no additional requests to speak on this item, Chairman Cox.
Okay, it would be appropriate to have a motion to receive the report.
So moved.
I'll second that. Is
To
there any
receive and distribute.
Okay, very good. And let me ask if there's any comments from any of my colleagues. Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call the roll, please.
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Desmond, aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Very good. The next item on our agenda is item number 4. This is to receive an update on the COVID-19 response, ratify actions, and authorize any other action necessary to address the COVID-19 pandemic. And we will have a staff report that's going to be led off by our Assistant Chief Administrative Officer, Don Stoyer.
Before Mr. Story begins, I would like to ask that any members of the public that have requested to speak on this item, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that have been provided to you, and you will be muted until it is your turn to speak.
Good morning, Chairman Cox and members of the board. As you know, several new developments have taken place over the course of 2 weeks since we last came to your board. Upon your approval, we submitted our variance attestation to the state for approval to ease restrictions and move into stage 2 of the roadmap to modifying the stay-at-home order. San Diego County was the first urban county to receive this approval in fewer than 24 hours, nonetheless. And we were able to open some in-person retail, dine-in restaurants, manufacturing, office spaces, outdoor museums, childcare facilities, and limited personal services to great success. Following this, the state released additional guidance allowing in-person religious services, expanding retail capacity, and permitting additional personal services such as hair salons and barbershops. All the while, we've expanded the Great Plates Delivered program, which has partnered with over 30 local restaurants to serve 3 daily meals to nearly 1,500 seniors in need in the region. And the Test, Trace, and Treat T3 strategy continues to expand, increasing test sites, enhancing partnerships across the county, hiring hundreds of tracers, and launching 2 new programs that will broadly test the region's children and families and increase the region's convalescent plasma availability. And we continue to support Imperial County, as over 100 patients have been transferred to San Diego County hospitals for care in the past weeks. Over the recent holiday weekend, we were encouraged to see that there weren't many significant enforcement issues noted on our beaches and within our communities. And as of today, residents are allowed to sit and lounge on local beaches. Moving forward, the state has indicated that it will provide guidance for reopening sectors of the economy, essentially the what and the how. Then counties will be able to determine their own timing, the when, to move forward. We will review the guidance for each sector as it becomes available and consider San Diego County's readiness to reopen. We are, however, monitoring the recent nationwide developments. With these demonstrations, social distancing and stay-at-home orders have been largely challenged. This will likely affect the local landscape of COVID-19, and we are preparing for a potential surge in cases while continuing to strengthen our testing and tracing efforts to ensure we can facilitate our county's safe reopening as quickly as possible. Without further ado, I'll welcome the county's public health officer, Dr. Wooten, to give an update on our current statistics, as well as an overview of our defined triggers for adjusting our reopening modifications should we get to that point. Dr. Wooten, take it away.
Thank you, Don.
Because of the T3 strategic efforts, the number of COVID-19 cases in San Diego County continues to increase. Since the last presentation to your board, an additional 1,608 cases have been reported, for a total of 7,554 positive COVID-19 cases through Sunday, May 31st. This table seen here provides a summary of these cases with a breakdown by age, hospitalization, intensive care unit or ICU admission, and deaths. 3,952 of the 7,554 cases, which represents 52.3%, are between the ages of 20 to 49 years of age. We continue to focus on this because it is imperative for individuals to understand that COVID-19 affects all ages. The gender is continuing to break out evenly, 50% male, 50% female. We have 1,331 or 17.6% of total cases have been hospitalized, which is decreased slightly from 20% in our last report. 385 or 5.1% of the total number of cases are in the ICU, and this number also represents approximately 29% of those hospitalized. And unfortunately, 269 or 3.6% of the total number of cases have died. In taking a deeper look at death demographics, 95.6% were between the ages of 50 and above. 57.2% were male and 42.8% were female. With regards to race and ethnicity, approximately 45% were white, approximately 41% were Latino or Hispanic. 9.4% were Asian, 2.6% were Black or African American, and 0.8% were Pacific Islanders, with 0.4% each represented by American Indian and of multiple races. Currently, 3 cases have unknown race and ethnicity. COVID-19 case data, as well as other statistics, are updated daily on the coronavirussd.com website, and are also found by cities, zip code, and race and ethnicity. This next slide is the classic epi curve, which shows cases by onset of illness. Cases reported from April 20th to about May 8th show a peak of cases with an apparent decline thereafter. In the area under the bar, that represents the 14-day incubation period, so we expect additional cases to occur for the area under the bar. So we will continue to monitor to determine if we are on the decline. As shared at the last board meeting, the county continues to assess triggers for modifying the health officer's order. A public webpage will be unveiled at tomorrow's media briefing. 13 criteria have been developed across 3 categories that include epidemiology or surveillance, healthcare or hospital capacity, and public health or response. The health officer's order will be modified when any of the one following 3 criteria are met, and these include community outbreaks, PPE supply, or ICU capacity, and that is designated by the asterisks. When one or more of the remaining criteria in at least 2 of the 3 columns are met, this will also sound the alarm with our triggers. These criteria will be continuously assessed and modified as needed and as new information becomes available. In the following slides, each of the 13 criteria will be reviewed, including the measurement and the county performance data pertaining to the criteria. A stoplight noting green, yellow, or red is included at the top right of the graph. Today, all of the 13 triggers are green. So the first of the 3 categories is epidemiology, which has 4 criteria. The first trigger is related to the criteria case count. Trigger number 1 is an increase in new case counts of at least 10% for 5 consecutive days above a stable baseline without substantial increase in testing. The average new daily cases reported during the time frame of May 22nd to May 26th was approximately 110 cases, and from May 27 to 31 was 114 cases. The percentage change between these two time periods was 4% increase, which is below the 8% target. The next criteria is community outbreaks. Trigger number 2 is 7 or more new outbreaks in community settings in a 7-day period. For the 7-day period from May 25th to May 31st, there have been 3 outbreaks in community settings. For the criteria related to COVID-19 syndromic illness, the third trigger looks at an upward trajectory of COVID-like syndromic cases represented, or rather presenting, to the emergency department, reported within a 14-day period. In the past 14 days, COVID-like illnesses have decreased since March 16th. As of March 16th, 2.2% of all visits to the emergency department across all hospitals reporting were COVID-19 syndromic illnesses. As of May 30th, this percentage has decreased to 1.2%. This trigger is also related to the federal gating criteria number 2. Similar to COVID-like illnesses, the fourth trigger is influenza-like illnesses, or ILIs, and is met when there is an upward trajectory of COVID-like syndromic cases reported within a 14-day period. On March 16th, ILIs visits presenting to the emergency department were 2.5% of all ED visits. As of May 30th, ILIs were 2% of all ED visits, which is the community baseline. This trigger is also related to the federal gating criteria number 1. The second category is healthcare, and it has 5 criteria. The first criteria is hospital capacity. Trigger number 5 is met when hospitals begin to approach 80% capacity of all hospital beds in the county. As of May 31st, the San Diego County hospitals are at 65% capacity, given the total number of 6,079 beds available, with 3,981 being occupied. This trigger is also related to federal gating criteria, specifically number 4. The next criteria is increasing hospitalizations. Trigger number 6 is met if there is an average change greater than 1% in the number of confirmed COVID-19 positive patients currently hospitalized. Over a 3-day rolling average of 4 COVID-19 confirmed hospitalized patients from May 26th through the 28th, 322.3 COVID-19 patients were hospitalized, and from May 29 to 31, almost 306 COVID-19 patients were hospitalized. This represents a negative 5.2% change between these 2 time periods. The next criteria is related to limited capacity of intensive care unit beds. Trigger number 7 is met if there is less than 20% availability of all intensive care unit beds. As of May 31st, 429 of the 702, or 61% of ICU beds, were occupied. This leaves hospitals with 39% ICU bed availability, well above the less than 20% trigger. The next criteria is related to limited capacity of ventilators. Trigger number 8 is met if less than 25% availability of ventilators occur. As of June 1st, hospitals had 50% availability of ventilators. The next criteria is PPE supply. Trigger number 9 is met if only 50% of hospitals have at least a 15-day supply of protective or personal protective equipment, or PPE, over a rolling 3-day period. From May 29 to 31, 57% of hospitals had at least 15-day supply of PPE over a rolling 3-day period. Currently, gowns and gloves are the lowest factors. Supplies are waiting to be shipped from the state, but were delayed yesterday due to civil unrest in Sacramento. The final category in public health is or response. This category has 4 criteria. The first criteria in this category is related to testing. Trigger number 10 is met if there is greater than 8% of positive tests as a percent of total tests within a 14-day period. As of May 31st, there is an average of 4.3% of positive tests as a percent of total tests within 14 days. This trigger is also related to the federal gating criteria, specifically number 3. The next criteria is related to case investigations. Trigger number 11 is met if the first contact attempt only occurs for 70% of new positive cases within 1 day of notification over a 7-day period. From May 24th through May 30th, 92.6% of new positive cases investigated were initiated within 24 hours of notification. This represents 727 out of 785 cases. In addition, as of May 31st, the county had 142 case investigators. Contact tracing, a big part of T3, is the next criteria. Trigger number 12 is met when the first contact attempt is made for only 70% of close contacts of new positive cases within 24 hours of identification. As of May 30th, 80.4%, or 74 out of 94 of the close contacts of new positive cases had at least one contact attempt within 1 day of identification. As all contact tracers are hired and they become more efficient, we expect that this percentage will increase. Of note, from May 4th to May 28th, on average, each confirmed case generated approximately 2.2 close contacts identified during the case investigation. These close contacts were in turn assigned to our contact tracers. As of May 31st, the county has 196 contact tracing staff with over 200 additional staff in the training pipeline. Lastly, this trigger also is related to federal gating criteria, specifically number 5. The final criteria in the public health category is the homeless population. Trigger number 13 is met when temporary shelter is not available for less than 15% of the homeless population. Based on this year's regional homeless point-in-time count, there are 7,619 unsheltered homeless individuals. 15% of this total is 1,351. As of June 1st, there is temporary shelter available for 42% of this homeless population, which equates to 3,176 beds and includes over 1,500 beds at the convention center, almost 1,400 beds at the public health hotel, and 222 beds at the vulnerable population hotel. In my final 4 slides, I would like to provide 4 examples of the potential changes that could be made based on triggers being met and sounding the alarm, if you will. Consider if trigger number 2, which is related to community outbreaks, is met in a specific industry, such as restaurants. In this scenario, if at least 7 new outbreaks occurred in numerous restaurants in a 7-day period across the county, focus would be on the affected restaurants. This would include an inspection conducted by DEH. The restaurants would submit safe reopening paperwork with specified changes based on DEH inspections. The restaurants would be temporarily transitioned to curbside pickup until further notice, and a second investigation would be conducted to assess operations before progressing back to in dining. The second scenario involves impact to the regional hospital capacity as a result of increased border activity. If trigger number 5 is met and the region approaches 80% capacity of all hospital beds in the county would be in close collaboration with the Hospital Association and our hospital healthcare system. Specifically, there are 3 changes that would likely be made, again in partnership with our local healthcare system, including also activation of our healthcare capacity task force. Those 3 changes would include transport of patients to other counties, and this means that San Diego County hospitals would be on bypass. We would activate the county's current alternative care site, and we would stand up an additional mobile field hospital from FEMA with appropriate staffing. This request has already been made by our MOC director in case such an action would be needed in the future. The third scenario is related to limited intensive care unit capacity. If this trigger number 7 is met and there is less than 20% availability of ICU beds, actions considered would include closing patient transports from other counties, canceling elective surgeries, exploring transport of lower acuity patients to the alternative care sites. The last scenario is related to PPE supply. If trigger number 9 is met and only 50% of hospitals have at least a 15-day supply of PPE over a rolling 3-day period, then the county would likely recommend dialing back actions in the health officer's order, which would include the following: cancel ambulatory procedures, cancel routine dental procedures, consider canceling elective surgeries, and convert to telemedicine for ambulatory clinics. These scenarios provide an overview of what may likely happen if COVID-19 numbers increase and triggers are met. As we continue to refine and align triggers with federal and primarily state metrics, and as we learn more information about COVID-19, this information could be modified. Thank you for this opportunity, and now please welcome back Assistant CAO Don Storier.
Thanks, Dr. Wooden. As always, our ultimate desire is to slow the spread of the virus and make sure that local healthcare system is able to care for all our patients. Since we don't yet have a vaccine to prevent or medicine to treat COVID-19, preventing the spread of the virus is critical. We will remain flexible and pivot where needed to ensure the safety of our region. In addition to receiving this update, we recommend your board take the following actions with respect to this item. Ratify all actions previously taken in response to this local health emergency and local emergency, and take any other action necessary to address the COVID-19 pandemic emergency response. Subject to your questions, this concludes our presentation.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, if I may.
Sure, go ahead, Supervisor Jacob.
To Dr. Wooten, thank you for the slides and the triggers. I think that's going to be very helpful, and it looks like everybody in San Diego is mitigating any impacts that may be occurring as a result of this virus. My question has to do with what do we know at this point, or is it too early to tell on the reopening, the effect on the triggers?
Thank you, Supervisor Jacob. That's actually a great question. As it stands today, we have not seen any increase outbreaks. I think that's one metric, as I shared in the scenario, that would help us determine if we are seeing an increase in numbers due to our opening back up. It will be really significant in the next 2 weeks to look at the number of cases and potential outbreaks as a result of the civil unrest that we've seen over the past several days. So we will be monitoring for that, as well as as we conduct our case investigations, we are asking specific questions about whether people have gone to restaurants or been involved in the industries that are opening back up. So that's one way we are trying to wrap our arms around if there is an increased number of cases due to our opening back up.
So you're saying in a couple of weeks, taking another look at this, we'll get a better idea of where we are. But right now, it looks really good.
Today, yes, ma'am. Today, it looks really good with the triggers that we have shared with you today. We are all green, but again, we cannot be complacent, and we will aggressively monitor all of these metrics.
So if we get out of whack on one or more of the metrics, how will that be presented to the board? Will it wait for a board meeting? Will there be a special board meeting? Or how are we going to be informed of that? And in order to take what other subsequent action may be determined by our health officer?
We would take the appropriate actions at the time when we find out about situations, and we would report. We would not be able to, it would not be prudent to wait until the board meeting, because we would need to take immediate action based on the triggers that are identified as causing the need to dial back. But certainly the board would be notified.
Thank you. So you, as our local public health officer, just to be clear, would be monitoring this on a daily basis, recognizing, I think what we just saw was as a result of the end of May. So, we're a couple days beyond that. So you would be the one watching these triggers, making these decisions then, and then informing the board.
Supervisor Jacob, we have an outstanding team of nurses and epidemiologists in our community epidemiology program, and they are really the frontline staff that are doing the close monitoring, and that they would report those incidents or issues up to myself, Dr. McDonald, and we would collectively make a decision on what actions we would need to take.
Thank you. I mean, obviously you're on top of it. One last question. Are all the hospitals on board now with what we're doing at this point, the reopening as well as the triggers that you presented to us?
Well, we just had our meeting with the CMOs last evening, and we have shared the triggers with them, and we actually will have a work group meeting to look at if there is even more refinement or additional triggers that would need to be added. So we are working closely with the hospitals, yes.
Well, we had two hospital systems, our largest ones, that opposed our plan, our reopening plan. And my question is more, are they on board? Are Scripps and Sharp on board now with the triggers, with the plans that we have moved forward with, or not? And can you, maybe Helen, you can weigh in on this to let us know where we are with that, if the answer is no, that they're still in opposition, and why they are. I mean, that concerned me at our hearing.
Thanks, Supervisor. I would, honestly, I cannot say with 100% assurity that they're on board. They understand the triggers. We did go through that last night with them again. They have offered to have a subgroup that we will be meeting with to also monitor that with us. Their biggest concern continues to be PPE and potential activity as a result of what's happening in Imperial County. So we are working closely with them. I would say it's a very collaborative effort, and I was very pleased with the tenor of the meeting that we've had and the conversation, and I think we're on the right path. But they clearly do have those two major systems, hospital systems, clearly do have reservations about how fast to reopen. And we are listening to them and working closely with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen, and thank you, Dr. Wooten. I'll be watching very carefully, and hopefully we'll be able to get all the hospital systems on board with the plans going forward and what we're doing. So that's all I have right now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I believe Supervisor Desmond has a comment he wishes to make.
Well, I have a just for the presentation, for Dr. Wooten. Thank you very much. It was a great presentation. People were asking our office, what if we get too far off and what's going to happen, or what are those triggers? And you had presented those triggers at the last meeting, and so we've been using those. And thank you very much for explaining them a little bit further here today. Mr. Chair, I'm ready to move this item. I do have some additions that I would like to add to it concerning opening. I can either do that now or I'd rather wait till after the speakers, if that's okay.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and go to the speakers unless there's questions that staff have or supervisors have of staff. Hearing no other questions, we do have, I believe, 38 speakers. I'll ask the clerk to go ahead and call their names, and again, we'll limit them to 2 minutes in their comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would remind any members of the public that have requested to speak in this item, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you. I will also note for the record that we received 37 e-comments on this item. We have, as the chairman noted, we have 38 callers on the line to address the board. I'll be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the record and will have 2 minutes to address the board. You will hear this sound when your time is up, so please conclude your comments when you hear that sound. I would remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream when they begin speaking. I'd like to invite the first caller, so Aaron, please identify the first caller.
Thank you. Our first caller is 0152.
Yeah, my name is Todd Moody. I'm from Oceanside. I guess my concern is it's not making much sense with the parking lots being closed and the beaches being open. It's overriding the small communities in those areas. And it's quite dangerous as far as for a lot of the kids that are walking to the beach. I guess it's disturbing also to see it being a police state in the parking lots. It reminds me of '86 when I was in the Philippines serving in the service when they had martial law and overthrew Marcos. It's not a good sight, and I think we need to start opening up and start trusting the law-abiding citizens of the county and the state. That's all I have.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0241.
Thank you very much. My name is Elvin Lai. I'm owner of a small boutique hotel and president of the San Diego County Lodging Association. I am speaking in favor of opening up for leisure stays for all lodging establishments. San Diego County Lodging Association is comprised of businesses of all sizes, from the local bed and breakfast and to the large hotels on the waterfront. We as an association have stood side by side with the county on many issues to help with mitigation and facilitating accountability. A few recent examples of your collaboration to educate, combat, and mitigate human trafficking and the Hep A outbreak. Even more recent, on the onset of COVID-19, the association and its members have helped to facilitate housing for our homeless population and for COVID patients. Hotels are uniquely prepared for and eager to cooperate because we all have the same priority, the safety of our employees and our guests. Frankly speaking, without this being a priority, we are not able to be in business. So we truly are in this together, and we all have the same goals in mind. In fact, the industry as a whole worked to produce guidelines and protocols for all hotels to adhere to, which many of you have, which other callers will speak about. Thank you for your time and consideration today. You have a partnership with the San Diego County Lodging Association, and as before, we're always here for you for future mitigations. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0889.
Good morning, Chairman and Board of Supervisors. My name is Chuck Abbott. Thank you for allowing me to share with you today. First and foremost, thank you for your leadership and dedication through these unprecedented times. The decisions are difficult, and I applaud you for all the work that you have done to keep San Diego safe. Here are my comments related to allowing hotels to fully open. Hotel corporations have developed comprehensive chain-specific protocols for their properties to follow. These corporations provide these protocols to the CHLA for its guidelines as well. While large corporate properties have numerous resources available, smaller individual-owned properties will be able to enact with the CHLA protocols, which mirror the chain-specific guidelines. Hotels can be certified by implementing the recommendations on the CHLO checklist. The county has set a precedent with allowing hotels to serve essential workers safely. Hotels do not differentiate their guests. A leisure visitor will receive the same high level of safety as the essential workers. The hotel industry is essential to the successful revitalization of San Diego regional economy. The industry employs over 200,000 county residents. Employees in the accommodation comprise over 31,000. In April, the industry has lost a large percentage of our workforce, with more hotels closing. A significant number of industry employees have been furloughed due to the reduced occupancies or no occupancy of these region hotels. Those employees will face long-term unemployment and lack of health care if hotels are unable to open. Out-of-work employees' lack of health care could become its own public crisis during COVID-19. Our industry is a leader in our communities, and our interest has and will always be the safety and well-being of our guests and employees. Thank you again for the opportunity to share my comments with you today and for all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1313.
Good morning. My name is Namara Mercer. I'm the Executive Director of the San Diego County Lodging Association. Again, I would like to echo Mr. Abbott's comments. Thank you for your leadership. You have been the vanguard throughout California to show the county has shown everybody else how to manage the COVID-19. I'm calling today to ask you to reopen hotels and their pools for leisure business. Many of San Diego hotels have remained open to house essential workers at the request of the county and state. These guests have come from all over the country and been some of the highest risk workers during COVID-19. Opening hotels for leisure guests under comprehensive guidelines already presented to the county will be less of a risk than housing essential workers. Hotels have proven they can operate safely for their hotels, guests, and employees. Their reputations rely on the cleanliness and safety of their properties. Hotels have full-time cleaning personnel to continuously maintain public areas and pool areas. Hotels are uniquely situated to maintain social distancing and manage high traffic areas. They are far more prepared than other businesses that have already opened. The hotel industry is the major economic engine for all of the local governments in the San Diego County districts. They're suffering. The industry has lost 60% of its workforce due to closure of leisure travel. Please open up San Diego hotels for all business. People are ready to visit hotels. For them, staying at a hotel is essential for their relationships, mental health, and creating a sense of normalcy. People from other regions and for many other reasons are already staying at hotels. Our hotels want to be part of the solution, not put into a position where they have to violate or the public health order. Please consider reopening San Diego hotels for full business use, not mass gatherings. Let me just put that out there real quick, but for leisure travel and get our employees back to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1916.
Good afternoon, Chair Cox and County Supervisors. My name is Sharon Cloward, and I'm president of the San Diego Port Tenants Association. My association represents 800 businesses along San Diego Bay's port tidelands. My members include retail, hotels, restaurants, harbor tours, sports fishing, boat yards, marine terminals, shipyards, marine industrial, marinas, and yacht clubs, the whole gamut. I would like to thank the county supervisors and Dr. Wooten for your great work in protecting the public from COVID-19 by setting protocols you have put in place for businesses to open safely. I'm here today to give support to allow our hotels' leisure guests, boat charters, and sport fishing fleet companies to open for business. I had the honor to sit on the Mayor's Recover Task Force. I've been communicating daily with our port tenants for the last 2+ months, educating them on your protocols you have put into place. I promise you that these businesses are ready to open and have adopted your protocols for social distancing, sanitation, wearing masks, etc., that you have set forward to open. These businesses need to open immediately or they'll go out of business. They have been abiding by all the rules and shown great patience waiting for their turn to open. They need to open to keep them afloat. We all know the economic benefit of our hotel industry. What you may not know is the marine recreation industry is interconnected and provide a huge economic impact to the region. The charter tours play an important role by introducing a person for the first time to boating. For those that decide they want to buy a boat, They use our yacht brokers, secure a boat slip at one of our marinas or yacht clubs, and then they use our boat yards, fuel docks, and marine chandleries. Taking just one of the above businesses from the marine recreation industry creates a crippling negative economic impact. Let us not forget that our harbor tours also provide the general public an opportunity to enjoy our bay for one that does not have the money to purchase a boat. For all the reasons above, I urge you to vote and support today to allow these business sectors to open. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2136.
My name is Sally Taggart, and I am representing the estimated 15,000 lap pool swimmers in the county and requesting that you allow pools to open for the sole purpose of lap swimming now. San Diego pool swimmers include residents exercising in an HOA pool, individuals returning to an active lifestyle after an injury, surgery, or illness, youth, high school, college, and master swimmers, water polo players, and professional athletes. You have heard from me several times over the last month. I have presented scientific and data-driven facts around that lap swimmers can be in pools as or more safely than swimmers can be in the ocean. I cited CDC and NIH findings, the fact chlorinated water kills the virus on contact, the ease of social distancing while swimming, a lack of any shared equipment used among swimmers, and more. These facts have not changed. To help you appreciate how supervised lap swimming would occur, I've emailed you a variety of safe reopening plans that demonstrate on paper how lap swimming can be done safely for a swimmer water polo team, a master's practice, and for people who just need to exercise safely in a pool. Additionally, in the last 2 weeks, Dr. Wooden has received a petition with close to 19,000 signatures from all over California supporting supervised lap swimming being allowed in phase 2. This petition has gone to the governor and the state public health officials. In California, other urban counties, including Santa Clara and San Mateo, are now allowing pools to open during phase 2 with the same set of facts that you've been provided. This strongly suggests your peers believe that supervised lap swimming can be done safely, and it is not required to wait until phase 3 to allow this exercise opportunity for their residents. As such, I respectfully ask that you allow San Diego County residents to lap swim in all of our pools now. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2279.
Good morning, Chairman Cox and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Randa Caniglio. I am President and CEO of the Port of San Diego. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about some of our key port businesses. Following weeks of planning during the closure of businesses across the nation due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Port of San Diego's hotels, charters, and sport fishing businesses have shared with us their readiness to reopen in a very safe manner that respects state and local health protocols. The port tenants have diligently put together plans building on the principles laid out by the Recover Working Group, co-chaired by Supervisor Cox and Mayor Faulkner. These strategies should help them advance into the next phase of Governor Newsom's 4-stage reopening plan. We respectfully request your support to advance the schedule of reopening these vital businesses with your Public Health Officer, Dr. Wilma Wooten, with State Health Officer, Dr. Sonia Angel, and with Governor Newsom. Our business operators on San Diego Bay have worked with the Recover Advisory Group to help develop health protocols for protecting customers and employees in a COVID-19 environment, and they're willing to adopt the necessary modifications to keep everyone safe. After so many weeks of commercial inactivity and employee layoffs and furloughs, business operators are eager to get back to work. They are aware of the threat to health posed by COVID-19 and are prepared to confront that threat with extreme care. We hope that you will join us in urging the safe reopening of our hotels, charters, and sport fishing businesses. The Port District has appreciated the close and cooperative working relationship we've had with the county and county health staff in particular, and I personally appreciate your leadership in navigating through these uncharted waters of and through this extraordinary challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2465.
Hi, my name is Edie Johnson, and I live in unincorporated La Mesa. I'm speaking on behalf of San Diegans who peacefully protested not only here in San Diego on May 1st and May 16th, but also those who traveled to Sacramento on May 23rd. I'm against ratifying the continuation of many aspects of the current health order, although I'm excited about Dr. Wooten's all green light report that she presented today. The basis of my position is point number 25 speaks about how the order will, quote, help preserve critical and limited healthcare capacity in the county and will save lives. Given our statistics, how much more capacity do we need to preserve? It seems to me that we should be able to significantly relax the provisions of the health order given the county's performance to date. Substantial guidance as listed in point number 30 that the board has received from the health officer today supports reopening and not continuing these extreme requirements, as there is an absence of significant problem here in our county. I fully support Supervisor Desmond's plan. In fact, I would like to safely open all aspects of life in San Diego while allowing for the protection of the truly vulnerable at the discretion of the individual and their physician. With all due respect, it's a start is becoming the new normal. I believe you have all the necessary health and economic data to let San Diegans get back to living their best lives. I appreciate the opportunity to speak and look forward to hearing that San Diego will follow the lead of so many other counties and will fully reopen later this week. Again, thank you for your leadership during these challenging times.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2847.
Good morning. This is San Marcos Mayor Rebecca Jones. Thank you, Chair Cox, Vice Chair Desmond, and Supervisors Jacob, Fletcher, and Gaspar for all that you do to keep San Diego County healthy and thriving. Today, I address you with a humble heart and with great concern. Each day that passes is one day closer to many San Diegans losing every drop of their blood, sweat, and tears to the collateral damage from COVID-19. Please don't allow their hard work to have been in vain. We can do this. We've proven our ability to unite with safety first. I'm proud we've met our required trigger metrics. I support our county to open all beach parking and all beach activities. I also support limited capacities and social distancing be applied to gyms, wineries and breweries, churches, theme parks, youth sports, charter and fishing boats, personal services, pools, and hotels. Our region needs our hotels back. We as San Diegans can do this. We've met our metrics, we flattened the curve. The recent days have been a testament that we need to get to work. We need to have a common goal of prosperity and unity. And I stand in unity of equality for all of us, and I stand against violence across our nation. My prayers go out to the families of George Floyd and all others that have unnecessarily died due to injustice. I also pray for our law enforcement, for their commitment to our communities and those that have lost their lives protecting us. I'm grateful for all that you've done, and thank you to the county leadership and staff for all your care for us. Let's work to push San Diego back to the beautiful, tight-knit community that it is, full of prosperity for all of us. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2980.
Hi, this is Eileen Labarge. I'm a small business owner. I own and operate a small property management business in Solana Beach. We've been operating because we are an essential business, but I see the devastation it's causing to those that are not. Each day, I see the morale of my employees decline as this house arrest continues and places of recreation such as beaches, gyms, wineries, fishing boats, pools, churches remain closed. They often comment that they need a vacation from all the extra stress and work that this situation has created. But then they say, well, why take one? There's nowhere to go. There's nothing open. What am I going to do? Take an extra lap around my backyard? Although we are opening up a few things, it's not without unreasonable list of constraints on them, and it's not fast enough. Based on the data that I've reviewed from Supervisor Desmond, there is no longer a need to proceed with the amount of caution that is being put in place. And it's ridiculous and unreasonable constraints that are being put on business owners that they decide it's a good business decision to actually stay shut because the cost to open is too high. At times, it seems that our elected and unelected officials assume business owners will behave badly, rather than assuming the best of them. I think it's insulting to us business owners. We are smart, we are responsible, we can open safely, and don't need 20 pages of directive to tell us how to do so. A simple guideline would suffice. This is not for the greater good anymore. No good can come from a government picking and choosing who is essential and who's not. Every single person and every single business is essential and created equal. Here's my final thought. At this time, we can be arrested for reopening our businesses, but we can't be arrested for looting. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3343.
Hello, this is Teresa Kanapka, a San Diego resident. We are going on over 3 months of lockdown, and Ms. Wooten published yet another public health order. It begins today and has no end date. Violation of the order is punishable by, and I quote, fine, imprisonment, or both. Item number 23 says the order is a result of the World Health Organization declaring a pandemic. The World Health Organization recently said that healthy people do not need to wear masks unless caring for COVID patients. Yet item number 9 in the order instructs all San Diego residents to wear masks. Item number 24 justifies the order on the basis of, and I quote, scientific evidence. Yet nowhere in the entire memo is there any reference to data, research, or peer-reviewed journals justifying these draconian measures. The memo was only signed by one other person, and Ms. Helen Robbins-Meyer, who has no medical credentials. As an engineer, any decision I make has to be backed up with data and approved by dozens of industry experts. Why aren't public health officials held to the same standard? With only 6 pure COVID deaths, the numbers do not justify a state of emergency. Please revise the order to be guidance and recommendation instead of law. The decisions made by a few are causing unnecessary harm to millions of people. We all know already that suicide deaths have surpassed COVID deaths. Worst of all, the orders just don't make sense. Why can I sit on the beach but not park at the beach? Why can I be surrounded by countless strangers at the beach or Walmart, yet be breaking the law when I meet with a non-household member friend, which is considered an illegal gathering? Wilma and Helen, I respect you, I honor you, and I wish you no harm. But I beg you to consider the consequences of your actions and end this lockdown. You are putting your knee on the neck of our freedom, and we can't breathe. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3513.
My name is Kurt German, and I run a sailing school and charter business called West Coast Multi-Hulls. Before anything else, I want to thank you all for taking the time to listen and engage with us. This situation is unprecedented, and I know that has required a lot from all of you. I just want to use my time here to make 2 things as clear as possible. First, that the nature of the business we conduct and services we provide is fundamentally low risk. In accordance with existing Coast Guard regulations, we don't go out on the bay with groups bigger than 12, and the classes are usually half that size or less. A high percentage of our classes are with families and small groups of close friends. Furthermore, our boats do not go out with more than 1 group per day, unlike the revolving door of customers served by other businesses, including the reopening of gyms and restaurants. That means that we are able to thoroughly clean all of our equipment between each use. And by being on sailboats on the bay, we already have better fresh air circulation than you will get anywhere else. Second, we take the safety and health of our staff and customers very seriously. Even with the low-risk nature of our service, we are going above and beyond to ensure we keep the risk as low as possible. We have the county's safe reopening plan form posted on our office door and have checked off all the relevant boxes as you've instructed. We have masks and gloves for all staff who clean the boats. All of our boats are cleaned rigorously after each use with disinfectants that the EPA has certified for use against the virus. And we are even using vacuums equipped with HEPA filters. Additionally, we have hand sanitizers on all our boats for use by customers, captains, and instructors. The boat owners whose vessels we use for our charters and classes depend on our work as a source of income to cover their slip fees and maintenance expenses. Our customers are anxious to be able to get back out on the water and enjoy the San Diego summer in the uniquely safe environment provided by sailing. I hope you'll allow us to get back to work and serve those needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3525.
Good morning. My name is Chuck Merriman. I manage 2 hotels in La Jolla. Chairman Cox and supervisors, thank you for your time today, and I'd like to commend you for your leadership during these difficult times during the COVID crisis. There's a couple things I'd like to talk about today, but most essentially is I'd like to advocate for hotels to allow essential guests or non-essential travel as well. We have proven, as my hotel colleagues have spoken already, that we've been able to take essential travelers and done the job correctly. But now we must come to our next point. With Dr. Wooten's good news, we must open the hotels. The destruction from the loss of jobs in San Diego will be catastrophic for years to come in the hotel industry. It has been hard every day to talk to my laid off employees and the hardships they face during these tough times. Furthermore, the economic will be catastrophic for the TOT for the cities of San Diego without this revenue. So I understand that we would love to bring non-essential travel back immediately. However, I also understand the culture is not available, it may not be available at this time for that to be allowed. I believe that we can look at several things. Maybe a stage process like that of the beaches, how we reopened. Hotels have already been doing the essential travel, so maybe if we allow the non-essential travel of residents of the San Diego County to start off our reopening plan of San Diego. Allow staycations for San Diego County residents to stay at local hotels. The check-in process would include a form similar to the essential travel form that would be the purpose of verification of the residency of their guests. That would give hotels an opportunity to test their protocols in a low-risk environment. Allowing hotels to bring staff back in June will not only remove employees from the unemployment rolls, but will also enable hotels to take advantage of the forgiveness opportunity connected with the PPP monies before the expiration of the 8-week forgiveness period. Moreover, activating hotels will bring back some TOT revenue to the city. The proposed new registration forms will allow us to perform contact tracing. So we've reduced our occupancy to 75%, and we start with that. I will submit my formal plans to each of you supervisors this afternoon of a phased approach, but we must allow non-essential travel again. Thank you for your time and have a great day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3565.
Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board. My name is Chris Hughes. I live in District 3. The timing of today's meeting might actually be fortunate because it highlights the pettiness of arguing about being able to use the community pool in my own neighborhood, to say nothing of the various other simple joys and freedoms of life that seem to have vanished overnight. Today, I'm far more concerned that a local protest scheduled for 4 o'clock is going to lead to a nighttime of violence and vandalism in my own neighborhood. Yet here we are, some hoping to push past both of these scourges of rioting and lockdowns immediately, and some hoping that, at least with regard to the lockdowns, they continue in some form indefinitely, euphemistically labeled the new normal, despite the extremely positive numbers presented by Dr. Wooten. Let me remind any and all of you citizens who accept this new normal that the entire purpose of the lockdown was to avoid overwhelming the healthcare system. This was its clear objective. The timeline was to be temporary at 2 weeks initially. Having met the objective has now changed several times. And the fact that we're arguing about this in June tells us about the unending timeline. Governor Newsom goes on and on about data and science calling the shots. At some point that made sense to me. Now it's just nonsense. Stop this petty performative show of governance, evidenced by page after page of rules that businesses and citizens need to adhere to in order to get their hair cut, grab a bite to eat, relax at the beach, or swim in their community pool. People have been scared into their bomb shelters, and yet the fatality figure is tiny considering the size of the county. This fear alone will assure that large crowds won't gather in the parks or at restaurants or at the local pool. Comorbidity should also keep those at risk inside. Those who remain gripped with fear or at higher risk don't have to swim at the pool. They don't have to attend church or go to a brewery. After all, they wouldn't get SARS-CoV-2 from me because it won't come physically near me anyway. Those who remain rational and accept this infinitely tiny risk can meet me at the pool where we can sit across a 6-foot table from each other and enjoy some conversation. It's called freedom. I want you to tell the government we want it back now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3640.
Someone who's never fired his weapon in combat, huh?
3640.
Oh, yes. This is David Garcias. I'm the president of SEIU, Local 221. You know, every meeting at the Board of Supervisors, we talk about the county's response to the COVID crisis. Every time we address this board, we focus on the same goals. We want to see the county protect our workforce by providing PPEs, and hazard pay. And we want to see an approach of equity. And when it comes to protecting our workforce and our community, this board knows that COVID has disproportionately impacted people of color and African Americans, particularly in terms of positive cases, deaths, and economic impacts. And now we have all witnessed the senseless murder of George Floyd. And it is time for this country to say that Black Lives Matter and to back it up with action. This board can put forward a people's budget that shifts resources away from policing and incarceration to healthcare and mental health services, economic and housing relief, public infrastructure like roads and parks, and accountable public safety services that center on de-escalation, not on punitive measures. This board can send a message that we should eliminate chokeholds as a tactic for sheriff's deputies. The board needs to say that Black Lives Matter and to back it up with action. We support Supervisor Fletcher's efforts on calling on the sheriff to adopt a similar policy that San Diego adopted earlier today. This board can reject the reckless cries to ignore health experts and open businesses too soon, which would expose more workers of color to COVID-19. This board can reject the calls for austerity and reverse a generation of underinvestment by finally investing the resources to support the workers that are putting themselves on the line and the communities that are devastated by the impacts of COVID-19 with more services and support. Our economy will not rebound fully unless we include our communities and our workers of color. Thank you for hearing my.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3803.
Good morning. I am Jim Riley. I'm 74 years old and a Marine Corps veteran. 4 years ago, I contracted muscular dystrophy and now depend on massage therapy for my legs. 9 months ago, I invested most of my savings into 2 spas, only to be shut down a few months later. Supervisors. On Tuesday, May 19th, your county board proposed a pilot program with the opening of personal salons, which, according to your letter to me, included massage spas. I asked for the letter from one of the supervisors. On or about May 26th, the governor approved part of the plan, which included hair salons, and you allowed them to open with lots of cheering. On May 28th, the governor's Department of Health sent a letter to the California Massage Council stating, and I quote, "Although massage therapy has not been addressed specifically in the state announcements, the parallel with hair salons and barbershops that are providing one-on-one care seems appropriate. The precautions should be the same. The state administration is therefore allowing massage to take place. This was on May 28th. The very next day, May 29th, after receiving numerous calls, the California State Health wrote, massage therapy also needs to be approved by local jurisdictions. That's what you did on May 19th. You approved it. This was not the case for hair salons. Why is it the case for body and foot massage? Supervisors, the governor's health department has approved our opening. Please allow the thousands of minority Asian hand, body, and foot therapists to go back to work. Thank you very, very, very much for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4031.
Yes, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, Ken Franke, President of the Sport Fishing Association of California. I'm here to speak on behalf of the SAC fleet in San Diego County. Let me preface my comments with a sincere thank you to each of you and Dr. Wooten for guiding the county through this crisis. Tremendous strides have been made to flatten the curve, protect the public, and prepare for hospital surges. Thanks to your work, the risks have been substantially mitigated and the number of tragedies reduced. We're grateful for your leadership. My purpose for speaking to you today is to make you aware that we are at a crossroads in sustaining the San Diego fleet. We need your help to not have the people who rely on this industry to feed their families to also fall victim to COVID. San Diego fleet, as you know, is shut down. The remainder of the season is expected to run to the first week of October. They have very little time to operate the minimum of 70 days it requires for them to make enough money to survive through the winter and get to the next season. This is simply damage control at this point. These small family-owned businesses and their crews have spent the past month preparing sanitization and social distancing plans, training crew, installing placards, and finishing U.S. Coast Guard inspections. The plans provide for sanitization, reduced passenger capacities, with the standard being 6 feet of rail space per person, and masks required at all times. The aerosol dispersion caused by the wind across the decks, frequent washing of hands in salt water, and 100% tracing are all part of the equation. Our outdoor lifestyle is healthy. Everything we do is a risk. Last year, over 300 people were killed in traffic accidents in our county. We did not order people to stay out of their cars. We encouraged caution to reduce the risk and incorporated safety measures in the form of seat belts and good driving practices, but we continued with life. This same model could be applied to any business with the sanitization and social distancing protocols companies have prepared. At this point, we've done what we can, and we ask you to permit sport fishing vessels to operate. We need immediate action to survive. Please make the decision to activate your fleet before it is added to the victim list. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4385.
Good morning. My name is Kyle Corbett, and I'm a small business owner. I'm also advocating on behalf of San Diego Sailing Tours, California Paddleboard Tours, Seas Life Ocean Conservation Research Vessel, Reduce Impact, and most importantly, Local Small Business Marina Group, which is a collection of local like-minded small business owners who are all water-dependent small businesses and call San Diego home. We are requesting an immediate revision of the current policy. We in San Diego all support each other. We are all partners. We are asking you to open passenger for hire boat charter. Families in our community need natural areas to safely spend time together outdoors, more now than ever. People's options are limited right now, and the choices that are closed off to them may or may not be there in the future. This causes definite uncertainty within our community, waking up and not knowing what you're allowed to do that day. The longer commercial passenger commerce is delayed, the longer the immediate economic impact for the port and the city of San Diego will be, and for the entire county. Compounding this to an uncalculable multiple will be the future decay of the city of San Diego, the county of San Diego, and the port of San Diego's ability to generate the most powerful marketing tool in the world, and that is word of mouth. People cannot talk about the businesses next year. who are not there anymore. Captains and business owners know that they have the ability to offer an acceptable, safe, and non-threatening opportunity to help families quarantine in nature. If you think it is getting bad now, wait until the companies who do not have 3 months or more of additional funds saved up as runway run out of money. It has been estimated that possibly only 1 in 4 small business in America does have this additional runway. So let's ask ourselves, what happens when a person has to choose between losing his livelihood and defying the law? Please do not force legal operating businesses to become illegal. For if you do, then these operators are no longer incentivized to adhere to any legal regulations. We are all partners. Please uphold your end of the bargain and open the small businesses that should be operating right now in San Diego.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4691.
Hello, good morning, Chairman Cox and County Supervisors. My name is Lynn McLean, and I'm a resident of San Marcos. And thank you for letting me speak today. I'm a Navy veteran, and I'm representing peaceful citizens who are requesting that you immediately vote to fully reopen all the businesses in San Diego County. Please stop slow walking the opening of our county. Of course, we all want the county to reopen safely, but the loss of jobs has been devastating, with 30% and over 1 million people in San Diego County alone filing for unemployment. The mental health consequences are grave. Depression and stress cases are up. Suicide rates are increasing. Domestic violence cases are up. Even though there's been an increase in cases here in the county, it's a direct result of increased testing and contact tracing as required by the state. And under 3% of those are now testing positive. So it's well below the requirements. And hospitalizations and ICU cases are down in San Diego County. So we're meeting all the criteria to be open. We're not following the science and data because we would have been open weeks and weeks ago if we were. But most importantly, we need to fully reopen our churches, not limiting them to 25% capacity. So many people are hurting now, as demonstrated in the protests. And whether church is important to you or not is not important. It's very important to millions of San Diegans. We need our churches open now more than ever. Many states and counties have fully opened and done it safely. We can do it as well. And as Dr. Wooten presented today, we are meeting all the criteria set by the state and the CDC. So let's not look at the doomsday scenarios and the worst case, but let's look at the best case and see what we can do to get open quickly. Please rescind this unlawful public health order, as it's been well beyond the 60 days that it should lawfully be in place. This order is no longer needed. It's overreaching, oppressive, and it significantly restricts our freedoms. You allowed violent protests and looting to occur in the past few days throughout San Diego County while arresting law-abiding citizens for trying to earn a living and feed their families. Millions of people are hurting, and we need a common sense approach to this crisis. Please stop the political positioning and the tyrannical shutdown. We cannot wait another 2 or 4 weeks for our freedoms. Do what is right for the County of San Diego and fully reopen safely now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5222. You may proceed. Let's go to the next speaker, 5264.
Hello. Thank you for all of your hard work and leadership. My name is Jamie O'Grady, and I'm a Rancho Santa Fe resident. I'm also president and founder of J Public Relations. I'm calling in favor of reopening San Diego hotels for leisure travel. Hospitality is the heartbeat of San Diego. It's the economic engine that powers our economy, employs nearly 250,000 San Diegans, and breathes life into our city. The closure of local hotels has devastated our economy, sent businesses relying upon tourism into a tailspin, and caused families dependent upon hospitality jobs to make difficult decisions about how to put food on their tables. The effect of hotel closures has cut deep, and the ripple effects are extensive. Personally, hotel and tourism marketing are the main economic drivers of my company. I have built my small business in the city and employ, or should I say employed, more than 80 staffers, mainly women, until hotels in our city and across the country were forced to close due to COVID-19. In the first week of the crisis, my thriving business that I worked to build for over 20 years was decimated. I was forced with the heartbreaking reality of having to furlough close to half of my staff. The San Diego hotel industry alone generated $320 million in transient occupancy tax in 2019 and is essential to the successful revitalization of this economy, as well as funding government public service projects. It's time to allow San Diego's hospitality industry heart to responsibly begin beating again by reopening hotels for leisure business. If we are allowed to dine out at restaurants, shop at our local malls, and have our hair cut, why are we not allowed to experience a staycation at a local hotel with our spouse or family? Why are hotels still being singled out when others have been deemed higher risk by local health experts and have been allowed to open? San Diego County hotels have always made the safety and security of their guests and employees a top priority. The fact that hotels are now housing first responders and serving essential workers who have possibly been exposed to COVID-19 with zero outbreaks underscore the safety measures our county's open hotels are demonstrating right now.
Ma'am, your time is up. I'm going to ask you to summarize your comments, please.
Please allow hotels to open for leisure travel. Please allow small businesses like mine to prosper again. We want to get our employees back to work, and we need to stay solvent.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5721.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Wayne Cotto. I'm the Executive Director with Coastal Conservation Association of California, or CCA-Cal. We are a saltwater fishing advocacy group with thousands of members that enjoy our favorite sport of fishing. Recreational fishing is an important part of our history, especially here in San Diego. Being outdoors, on the ocean, fishing with our friends and family is important to our mental well-being, as well as meeting CDC guidelines for engaging in responsible recreation, as well as eating seafood afterwards. We are here asking for your help in authorizing our San Diego sport fishing industry to resume operations. They have submitted qualified plans to follow all current health and social distancing guidelines. Sport fishing meets responsible outdoor recreation requirements and have been approved and authorized in most of our state. Our San Diego fleet is the best in the world and yet is unable to operate while many more health risky businesses have been allowed to open. Much of the fleet has seasonal operations and are a service-based business, so if they don't work, nobody gets paid. They are risking their life savings as well as their operations, and it will be impossible to keep qualified staff that will be forced to seek other employment. This closure is having huge economic impacts on ancillary support businesses too, and also need your help. Being out on the ocean with fresh air, ocean breeze, sunshine, and catching fish has important health benefits and needs to resume. Our anglers support our sport fishing industry and need this activity to help curb some of the current frustration and, frankly, desperation from this pandemic. For many, the sport fishing fleet is on their way, is their only way to get out on the ocean and participate in our favorite sport of fishing. Please vote to reopen our sport fishing industry before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7898.
Good morning. My name is Andrea Hetero. I'm a resident of District 4 of the county, and I am representing myself and my neighbors near the corners of Euclid and Imperial Avenue. My comments are in regard to the housing for unsheltered persons at or near 110 Euclid Avenue, which has sharply increased since the announcement of the pandemic, not decreased. And I request that there is action taken in conformity with the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution as applied to Black Americans. I'm asking that actions are taken with extreme swiftness. During this COVID-19 pandemic, these unsheltered persons have been congregating in front of the legal aid office, definitely with not social distancing, again, located in front of 110 Euclid Avenue, San Diego, California. Every single unsheltered individual near this location both male and female, are likely descendants of enslaved persons and those subjected to government-sanctioned harm, such as redlining, restricted covenants, and Jim Crow. That is to say, they are all foundational Black Americans. The refuse and human waste at this location is a danger to the unsheltered persons themselves, as well as the residents in the area. In addition, these unsheltered persons are, as I said, unable to social distance and pose to themselves and all persons living, shopping, or working in the area a high risk of contracting and spreading COVID-19. It is also of note that the area surrounding that corner has one of the highest and perhaps the highest percentage of Black homeowners in San Diego County, lowering the value of the investment in their homes even more than has historically been done by injustice with the color of law. I am asking, along with a previous caller, that the board affirms that Black lives do matter by extreme swift action to address this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 799, it's 8065. 8065.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. My name is Matt Werner from District 5. I signed up to comment last week, but let's be real. The lawlessness that followed the valid and needed peaceful protests this weekend, that lawlessness was not a coincidence. You guys have messed this all up. You focused on no bail and emptying the jails, prepaying for thousands of empty rooms for unsheltered people, and only 83 words of your 6,900 FAQ cover nursing homes. Deep down, every one of you know that government could do a lot more squaring away nursing homes. So please just stop writing this nonsense hotel guest contracts and micromanaging already licensed establishments. Supervisors, when you find yourself in a hole, the first way out is to stop digging. One way you can stop digging right now, supervisors, please go to outdoor coronavirus press briefings and face the questions. This cherry picking softballs and call screening, hanging up on follow-ups and filibustering your rehearsed points, it's got to stop. You locked down the healthy for 76 days and counting. You've restricted all our options to blow off steam. And here you are micromanaging reopening and overreacting or digging your heels into things that aren't even settled science. Stop with all your triggers and dimmer switches blather and go out and face some questions. Be rational. You know, you guys need our trust, but instead you're screening the media, parroting these policies that are not ended by science and data. They're ended when ending them will moot a pending federal case. And you supervisors know that. I've heard the comments before mine from business owners, groups, community members, even a mayor. If you have, please push a little harder, be more accountable, face the press, push Sacramento a little bit more. I know that many of these things are for the government, they're for the governor, or for the sheriff, but you can reach them on behalf of your constituents much easier than we can if you want to. Thanks, supervisors.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7999.
Good morning. My name is Don Dennis. I'm with Noble House Hotels, and we have operated resorts in San Diego for over 20 years. As everyone knows, the current health crisis has had a profound negative impact on our industry. However, if the region was experiencing normal summer demand, we would currently have more than 800 of our San Diego-based associates welcoming guests to our resorts. While we fully support a carefully managed plan to reopen local hotels to leisure travelers, I believe that talking point has been well covered by others on the call. What I'd like to discuss is the restriction on hotel pools. According to the CDC, there is no evidence that COVID-19 can be spread to humans through the use of pools. In fact, there is data that suggests that areas with sunshine and higher temperatures are actually safer. Similar to restaurants and retail shops, the layout of the furniture on our pool decks can be reconfigured to allow for physical distancing, and the same enhanced cleaning protocols provided by the California Hotel Lodging Association that are being enforced throughout our operations will extend to this environment. Hotels in our county are not used exclusively by overnight guests. Many hotels have club memberships for local residents that count on our swimming pools for exercise. Some are older adults, disabled adults, and people with medical conditions that rely on swimming as a source of exercise and therapy. Additionally, overnight guests that are engaged in essential business travelers still need to exercise and fill their time when not performing their work duties. We are confident that we can provide a safe space for our hotel guests and local members to enjoy recreational activity that is much needed during these difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8257.
Hi, my name is Mark Rogoff from the San Diego League, and I'm a Scripps Ranch resident. Also just wanted to echo the point about parking lots. You know, it just seems a lot unsafer, to create a word, if you will, to have families with young children walking on busy streets, such as Scripps Lake Drive by Miramar Lake. That just seems like more of a risk. You know, also I'd like to touch on just 6 feet apart, being 6 feet apart. And that's no matter where you are. And that's no matter whether it's today, tomorrow, next week, or next month. I believe 6 feet apart is 6 feet apart. And also I'd like to request that, you know, data and science has been trumpeted by local government, by the state government, you know, throughout all this. You know, in fact, it's been a 30-piece brass band. And, you know, I would just request that specifically data and science is given to any decision being made, whether it's genre of a business or date of a reopening. I think we need to get specific, which, you know, just provides more credibility. And, you know, this is something we've learned back in high school where, you know, you write a paper, you have a thesis, and you have to provide supporting facts. And, you know, if you don't, you get a bad grade. So I'd like to request to see more specific data and science as it relates to each decision being made. Thank you for the time, and I appreciate all the work the Board of Supervisors and the mayor and everyone is doing. And God bless. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8420.
Good morning. My name is Melanie Burkholder, candidate for the California State Assembly in the 76th District. I want to start by thanking the supervisors, particularly Supervisors Gaspar and Desmond, for your tireless work to reopen our economy. I can imagine, in light of recent events with the death of Mr. George Floyd and the subsequent protests, riots, and looting, that you might feel that all of your efforts were for naught. However, your efforts are not lost on me and many other business owners in my district who have contacted me, so keep up the good work. The purpose of today's comments is to express to you that while I may be a candidate for the State Assembly, I'm also a mental health counselor who has, unfortunately, firsthand experience about the negative effects of the isolation and lack of activity due to the stay-at-home order. And I am a mom of 2 very active boys, as well as the cheer coordinator for darling and often rambunctious little girls with the nonprofit Friday Night Lights. I, with you supervisors, recognize the importance of exercise, which has positive benefits like weight control, a decrease in health conditions, and exercise increases serotonin, or the feel-good chemical in the brain. I believe we can all agree that we could all benefit from feeling good at this point in time. Additionally, the isolation resulting from COVID-19 is not healthy. Solitary confinement in the prison system is a punishment, not a privilege. We need to get these kids back to their activities. Finally, if big box companies, which have been open the entire pandemic, have seen no issues, we should model opening after their procedures to safely return youth to their sports. I stand with my constituents, and I urge you to reopen youth sports. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8480.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Ernie Prieto, and I am the owner of the Oceanside Sea Center and a proud member of SAC, the Sport Fishing Association of California. I have owned and operated sport fishing boats in San Diego since 2001. 2.5 years ago, we moved north to become part of the exciting transformation that is happening in downtown Oceanside. We offer sport fishing, whale watching, as well as marine life education to our local schools and youth programs from our fleet of 5 boats. We are a family-owned business employing 20. We proudly serve our local community that includes our military at Camp Pendleton, along with the steadily increasing numbers of visitors who are making Oceanside their vacation destination. Orange County, just 20 miles away, has already allowed sport fishing operations to resume. allowing the return of sport fishing in waters we often find ourselves sharing. Our local customers yearning to fish are choosing to make the drive to Orange County. We are losing our customers we have worked so hard to please, but currently have no choice but to support a neighboring harbor. This loss is not curbing any local infections. It just results in the transfer of business to an adjacent city. Every passing day increases the likelihood of my business falling victim to this pandemic. We watch from the sidelines as operations resume at a harbor down the road using safety measures and protocols developed here in San Diego. I ask that you allow sport fishing operations and passenger for hire business to return to Oceanside Harbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8505.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Correa, and I'm speaking on behalf of Fisherman's Landing and the sport fishing fleet here in San Diego. I'd like to start by thanking the Board of Supervisors and our Public Health Office for your hard work leading San Diego through this crisis. Like Ernie, our industry has spent the last month preparing plans, procedures, and training employees to ensure that we are ready to reopen in a safe and healthy manner. We have mirrored sanitizing and social distancing protocols from stores like Walmart and Costco. With all the scientific evidence showing the importance of fresh air and especially sunshine to facilitate vitamin D production, we believe allowing the sport fishing fleet to resume so that the public may enjoy not only these benefits, but also enjoy the ability to bring home fresh fish from the ocean to feed their families. We also have the benefit of aerosol dispersion caused by the constant ocean breeze, as well as the ability to frequently wash hands in salt water. Our sport fishing fleet is in crisis mode. We have a short window each year to operate our businesses, and the summer months are vitally important. So we implore you to open up sport fishing in San Diego and save our industry. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8847.
Good morning. I'm Cyrus Barucha, resident of District 3. My thanks to you, the supervisors, for your concern about our health. There has been, even today, much vociferous pushback, but you've made hard choices so far that have slowed the spread of COVID. I'm grateful. Please continue to show courage in making the right deliberate choices. Please listen in particular to the guidance you're obtaining from Scripps and the other hospitals here. Today, I call to ask that to protect the health of all of us, we need detailed demographic data on COVID-19's spread. That's the only way to make sure we're sending resources where they're needed. I appreciate the statistics that have already been mentioned by Dr. Wooten earlier today and posted earlier today regarding geography, age, gender, and race or ethnicity. I ask that this reporting be continued and expanded. We know there are racial disparities, and that includes in healthcare. People of color are among the most vulnerable to the COVID-19 pandemic. To counteract that, we need conscious effort to make sure that the vulnerable do not go unintentionally ignored. We must see this pandemic through a lens of racial justice. And here's how. Item 4 on the agenda today includes a call to take any other action necessary to address the COVID-19 pandemic. These actions should include collecting and transparently reporting demographic data on COVID. That means data about testing, positive cases, hospitalizations, and deaths. Dear supervisors, the information must of course be anonymized, but it has to be disaggregated so that it shows key demographic metrics. We must understand how it's impacting our communities by race, ethnicity, gender identity, and whether people are among our essential workers. I know the supervisors care deeply to find solutions, so let's make sure we know where the needs are. The county agencies must collect and release equity data on COVID-19 in San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9006.
Yes, thank you. My name is Daniel Akers, and I live in a senior resident community, active community here in Carlsbad, California. And I want to request that our HOA pools be opened. I've heard many of the other speakers, and I have to resonate and identify with many of them. People are hurting because their livelihood, their business are failing. And where there is a safe alternative, particularly for something that's outdoor, in the sunshine, and where the CDC has clearly said that there's no risk or danger, I believe that the county has the obligation to give people the option to have that kind of healthy exercise. So my specific appeal is to do whatever it takes to open HOA pools. We're currently classified as a public pool. However, an HOA pool is not a public pool, even if it's grouped that way for the purpose of regulations. And other counties have changed their regulation to make a HOA or association pool a private pool, thereby being able to open those pools safely without disregarding the state guidance. And I would just ask that San Diego could do that or something similar, because we need to get into our pools. Now, while I and my wife and other residents of our senior HOA are staying safe from infection, there are other risks. My wife needs to rehab a replaced knee and hip, and the pool is absolutely the safest, best way for her to do this. For senior residents, water-based exercise is essential. Not having a pool to safely exercise in is not just an inconvenience, it's a real risk for anyone who depends on maintaining patterns of exercise as part of a healthy routine. Several studies looking at what's the most dangerous thing for seniors look at things like a fall. While a fall is dangerous, bones can heal. But the healthy interactions, the sustaining exercises, those things that were part of a senior's healthy life stopped. And that became a domino effect that led to a lot of issues. And so it became a very serious thing, more from the lack of continuing safe exercise and other healthy activities. So I would just ask that the HOA pools be reopened. I'm also in favor of having the pools reopened for athletes and swim clubs and others that can be done safely. I fully resonate with what Sally Taggart said earlier about the swim clubs. As a former educator, I know that if you don't have safe, healthy outlets for people, you're going to have problems. I'm not going to characterize the recent violence as a result of.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to please summarize your comments.
We have not had this kind of a problem just because of health orders. But giving people a safe, wholesome, healthy alternative is the best way to give them an opportunity to get back into health. And I ask that you open our HOA pools. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9007.
Hi, my name is Lori Witty, and I am one of 3 partners who own a family-operated sport boat. I'd like to begin by thanking the supervisors for their time and appreciate the rapid responses by your staff addressing emails sent by boat owners and anglers alike over the past several weeks. My father, who is now retired from this industry, owned sport boats at Point Loma Sport Fishing for some 30 years, and I follow his footsteps. One of his many pearls of wisdom is if it was easy, then everyone would do it, as we are no strangers to adversity. Our fishing community deals with everything from strained Mexico relations, unfavorable weather conditions, imposed fishing restrictions, to most recently our business's fate being out of our control. With that being said, we take this current situation very seriously. The sport fishing industry has a plan. Each boat and each landing has a protocol in place put together by the guidelines set forth by San Diego County Health, California Department of Public Health, and other key entities. This plan includes crew training, sanitizing processes, rails that have been marked 6 feet apart for social distancing, to name a few. If we are not allowed to resume operations soon, not only will it be difficult to sustain ourselves financially, but the other reality would be losing our employees who will need to search for work elsewhere. A precedent has been set and most of the state's sport fishing industry has reopened. The San Diego fleet is one of the finest in the world and should be allowed to follow suit. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9343.
Hi, Michelle Krug, on the executive board of the California Alliance of Retired Americans, as well as AFSCME retirees. I really want to thank the supervisors for actually, especially Supervisor Fletcher, for not rushing the opening. I don't understand why previous speakers think that because you keep old people at home that somehow that's going to make the rest of the community safe, because everybody can give it to everybody else and it travels and it affects our whole community. I want to reiterate the request for more PPE and the reconsideration of hazard pay for our county workers. Both of those are in reference to your own workers, that we need to be the model of doing right in the community. So I would ask you to reconsider that hazard pay, and also to be re-inventorying the PPE, because I hear from a lot of county workers that we need more. I think those are the major things. And I, again, want to thank Supervisor Fletcher's office for making sure I have access to the press conferences, which I didn't have as someone who doesn't have internet or access to or TV. So I really appreciate the efforts, the heroic efforts that Nick Zinter in his office have gone through to make sure that I have that access. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9651.
Good morning. My name is G. Mangani, and I'm a governing board member of the Rancho Santa Fe School District. Today, I wanted to call in to make the comment that California's stated goal back in March was to flatten the curve, and we have flattened the curve. So I'm in favor of the reopening plan as presented by Supervisor Desmond. I want to spend my time talking about the board requesting the governor to loosen restrictions on graduation ceremonies. I believe graduation ceremonies need to be explicitly added to the list to draw special attention to it because of the timely nature of the end of the school year. If word is given quickly by the governor, schools can plan for ceremonies in late June or even July instead of relying on video messages and drive-through diploma distribution. In the context of all these reopenings, the act of forcing all districts to perform drive-through ceremonies for a once-in-a-lifetime memory for our children is an obsolete idea. Local school boards and superintendents should be entrusted with handling these ceremonies with care. Parents should be trusted with the decision to attend or skip the ceremonies. Kids at the 5th grade, 8th grade, and senior levels, including college, are mature enough to follow direction of staff. We can do this safely and honor our kids who have worked hard to earn their graduation. Again, it's not too late for the state to make this change. Many districts can move on a dime. Please request this of the governor. Do this for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9653.
Good morning, Chairman Cox and members of the board. My name is Frank City, president of H&M Landing. H&M Landing has been in business 85 years on San Diego Bay. We are the West Coast's largest commercial passenger sport fishing fleet. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I appreciate the work you've done in managing San Diego throughout this crisis. We've been a model not only for our state, but for our nation. Each vessel in our fleet is an independently owned and operated small business. The operations of H&M Landing, including crew, admin staff, and suppliers, support the families of over 2,000 workers. Our fleet is made up of vessels that are licensed by the state, inspected by the United States Coast Guard, and operated by licensed merchant mariners. We are a fleet of vessels operating in an extremely organized and regulated environment. It's important you recognize the steps taken by our fleet to prepare for our return to safe operation. We have developed and implemented detailed sanitization and social distancing protocols. This includes uniform signage, staff and crew training, and reduced capacity on all trips. Staggered departures address structured boardings. Each vessel has been inspected for compliance with all protocols. The very protocols I'm referencing were developed here in San Diego by the Sport Fishing Association of California using county and CDC guidelines and has been implemented successfully in ports north to reopen. Currently, sport fishing vessels from San Francisco, San Mateo, Santa Cruz, Monterey, San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, Ventura, and Orange counties are operating today. With regard to timing, we are at a critical juncture. We must restore operations now or face severe impact to the fleet and direct harm to the families of our employees. I respectfully request this board move to as expeditiously as possible to move the fleet into an operational status. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9655.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Dr. Ron Medak from Olevenheim. I'm speaking in favor of item 4, including Supervisor Desmond's addenda. I'm a retired medical doctor with double board certifications in anesthesia, critical care, and in pain management. My son, Marcus Medak, is an owner-operator of the new low-end sport fishing vessel based at Point Loma Sport Fishing Landing. As an MD, I have followed closely the data and development of the COVID-19 pandemic since its December inception. Initially, I, like everyone else, was very concerned that the world was facing a situation akin to the 1918 Spanish influenza pandemic. As the data accumulated around the world in the ensuing months, it became clear that fortunately, that is not the case. Clearly, certain areas, because of specific local conditions, such as unfavorable demographics in northern Italy, crowded nursing homes in Sweden, crowded transportation in New York City, crowd celebrations in New Orleans, were hit much harder than others. In San Diego and Southern California in general, we've been very fortunate to avoid these kinds of catastrophes. Instead, our data at this point is very clear. Our epidemic resembles a moderate to severe influenza season prior to the use of vaccines. I practiced medicine as an anesthesiologist MD at Tri-City Medical Center at that time, and during the flu season, we were not seldom faced with crowded ICUs with patients, primarily old, but even middle-aged, many on ventilators and some that did not survive. We did not close our half-hour economy to deal with that situation. Instead, people took normal precautions on their own, and through those small numbers of otherwise healthy individuals lost their lives. We consider the small risk of death, part of the normal process of life. I'm sure you understand the importance of opening up the San Diego economy as quickly as possible, and I won't burden you with that argument. I only want to emphasize that the data in San Diego is overwhelming. We have fortunately been able to weather this virus thus far because the models that were initially presented with anticipated horrific results have been shown to be drastically wrong. It is the nature primarily of the virus itself, its transmissibility, as well as its severity, which have afforded us a reasonable outcome as far as loss of life and injury is concerned. It is time to fully reopen the economy, practicing reasonable precautions.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to summarize your comments, please.
Sport fishing fleet, as is being done in Central and Northern California. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5222. 5222. Our next speaker is 2757. 2757. Next, we have 8471.
Good morning. My name is Tim Ekstrom. I am co-owner of Fisherman's Landing, Fisherman's Processing, and the long-range sport fishing vessel Royal Star, all based in Point Loma, California. I begin my comments with a sincere expression of gratitude to the Board of Supervisors and Dr. Wooten for your leadership during this crisis. I understand that there have been no easy decisions made since this crisis began, and that as business owners, it is our civic duty to share in the pain and sacrifice to protect public health. We have responsibly done our part. As of today, Fisherman's Landing hosts 15 independent small business vessels that employ 10 to 20 individuals each. Fisherman's Landing employs 25 full and part-time individuals. Fisherman's Processing, a full-service custom fish filleting and packaging business that relies on the sport fishing fleet for 90% of its income, employs an average of 30 full and part-time employees. Since March 15th, 2020, the gross income of Fisherman's Landing and the vessels mentioned is zero. This is unsustainable. The demise of many of these businesses is on the near horizon, less the ability to generate income. Tremendous efforts have been made to prepare our ocean-going vessels that fish far beyond California in federal and international waters to meet current CDC safety guidelines. As captain of Royal Star since 1992, I am confident that our vessels offer a safe, healthy environment for recreational anglers to enjoy their pastime. I have personally toured each vessel at Fisherman's Landing and worked with Fisherman's Landing personnel to develop our safety and social distancing protocols. I can state to Dr. Wooten and the board with confidence that our businesses are well prepared. Please take these points and those of my colleagues under consideration in support of the safe reopening of this historic component of San Diego's waterfront economy. Thank you.
Thank you. 2037.
Good morning. Yeah, it's still morning. My name is Debbie Patenaude. I'm one of the past presidents of the San Diego Anglers. Thank you for allowing me to comment today. I'm calling in request to opening of the open party and charter sport fleet, for fishing fleet, sorry. I'm sure you're aware that these businesses are already open in other parts of Southern California. Each one of these boats represents a small business that can easily go bankrupt, as was just mentioned, if they are not allowed to go fishing. Very importantly, there's a limited fishing season in the year, and we are already well into it. The boats have a safety plan following your guidelines. They're ready to go. These boats are used as a means of transportation for family to augment their food supply. The boats are scrubbed with bleach multiple times a day, including the bathrooms, and rinsed with powerful water hoses. There's a constant breeze blowing fresh air across the boat. With masks and social distance, I feel they would be very safe. In 2005, through the San Diego Anglers, I started a program called Warriors on the Water. My son was in the military, and for me, it was a way to give back to those that have given so much to us. Each year, my club puts on several charters using the sport boats to take these men and women out fishing. I've had so many of them hug me over the years and tell me what a difference being out on the water has made. Every year, I have had warriors tell me they were thinking of committing suicide. These trips have helped turn their lives around. Unfortunately, yesterday, I had to cancel many of those fishing trips for them for over the summer because the sport boats can't get out without your approval. We need your help, supervisors. So Supervisor Fletcher, Jacob, Cox, Gaspar, Desmond, and Dr. Wooten, please let our open party and charter sport fishing boats go fishing. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public testimony on this item, Chairman Cox.
Very good. Well, I appreciate all the testimony and comments that we've had this morning. What I would like to suggest is first that we entertain a motion to approve the recommendations on item 1 and 2 on this, which is to receive the update on the COVID-19 response and to ratify all actions taken by the Chief Administrative Officer, Public Health Officer, Director of Purchasing and Contracting, and Director of the Department of General Services in response to the local health emergency and local emergency. And then I know that Supervisor Desmond has some additional motions he would like to make. I would move to approve recommendations 1 and 2. Is there a second for that?
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion? If not, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob? Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, the motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Very good. Now I'll call on Supervisor Desmond because I believe he has some additional recommendations.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the speakers. Very passionate and you know, people all trying to do the right thing and get opened up again. I do have a quick question before I start into comments and a motion. On the charter and fishing boats, I'm not clear because this is sort of like the golf question. You know, some places we're allowing it, some places we're not. Is it up to the state or up to the county to open up the charter and fishing boat activities?
Supervisor Desmond, this is Tom Montgomery, and the answer to that question is it is up to the state. We have made an inquiry to the state, and the state has told me that those types of activities are in stage 3, so they are not opened yet.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. There's a lot of talk about the sports fishing, and I wanted to make sure we get that in the right column. So anyway, I just want to start out with some comments. My goal has always been to boost the economy by opening up businesses, utilizing the health officer's safety guidelines, and protecting the most vulnerable. I want to commend our restaurants, our retail businesses, the salons, the barbershops for opening up safely and successfully within the last few days. I also want to commend our chief administrative officer, our county staff, our public health officers for their continued work and efforts. And it is through their leadership, actually, their leadership, their cadence, what they've put out. They are the reason why the San Diego County has all the green lights. I mean, the residents, had a part to play as well, but our county health officers and county staff, are powering those green lights. But some dates to some facts though to date. Testing increased, and while there's been an increase in positive cases, the overall percentage of those testing positive continues to go down. On May 29th, a UT article cited 1,300 COVID tests given to UCSD students, and none of them, zero, tested positive. Our hospital bed capacity is stable. Our ICU bed utilizations are stable. And the good news is when we opened up the retail shops, the restaurants, the parks and beaches, our numbers have not gone up. So I'd like to urge the board to take a position on continuing to open businesses safely. We are the balancing force between safety and the economy. I just want to talk briefly about our vulnerable population. We've learned that the vast, 96% to date, majority of coronavirus deaths occur to people with underlying conditions. We've learned that the median age is 78 for those who die from the coronavirus. We've learned that 47% of the San Diego County's deaths are people in congregate care facilities. So we've learned and we now know who the most vulnerable people are, and we need to protect those most vulnerable as we open up businesses and the economy. We have over 30% unemployment. The hospitality industry expects a 50% job loss. That's jobs gone. Hotels have laid off up to 90% of their employees. We've seen restaurants and businesses who've closed their doors for good. So we need to empower the people of San Diego County to get back to work. Due to the fact that many, many businesses and industries have submitted safe plans and guidelines for opening, and due to the fact that opening businesses and parks and beaches have not created any red flags or negative triggers, due to the fact that we now have, and due to the horrific and preventable death of George Floyd, we have added tensions and anxieties in our country on top of the virus. And the quicker we heal, we learn from our errors, and return to work, the better. We still have outstanding requests from our pilot proposal to the governor, and I strongly support that we continue to pursue those requests, and those included salons, and I think massage services as well. Because our economy and workforce is struggling, in order to greatly benefit our region and well-being and our economy, I would like to propose to add to the list of businesses San Diego County is requesting to open. So this is this is adding, I guess, it's item 3 in the agenda item, be a 3A, B, and C. 3A, that our next board meeting, we receive a presentation focused on our most vulnerable populations and request that staff present a plan for how San Diego County will continue to protect and serve our most vulnerable populations as we move forward with the virus. Much like they did today with the triggers, I'd like to see a presentation on our most vulnerable populations. So that'd be motion for 3A. For 3B, I'd like to move that the board take a position, not an action, because it's not ours to act upon, but take the following positions under the established social distancing and safety protocols to open the beaches in San Diego County immediately for all activities, including the parking lots, and make that request to our county health officers. And if the cities want to further restrict those guidelines, that's up to them, but I'd like to be in a position of this board that we open the beaches for all activities with the parking lots. 3C, I'd like to request from the state by sending a letter to the governor under the chair's signature stating that we, San Diego County, with a proven track record, with sound and safe plans, under the established social distancing and safety protocols with potential limited capacities, we are ready, willing, and able to open the following businesses immediately. Hotels, there's 10 of them. Okay, hotels, gyms, wineries and breweries, churches to full safe distancing capacities, theme parks, youth sports, charter and fishing boats, pools, both recreational and therapeutic uses, arts, culture, and museums, venues, and all the remaining businesses in our pilot program. That's the end of the motion. So San Diego County has proven we are willing to abide by the safety protocols. We've proven we're willing to protect the most vulnerable. We are proud, united, and strong. Let's give the power back to the people and get San Diego back to work. So that'd be my motion for 3A, B, and C.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second the motion and follow up on just a couple of comments here. The governor's recent speech gave the optics to many of our residents that were under complete local control regarding our reopening. I really do want to thank our team here, our clinical leadership team, our public health officer, our CAO, our hospital partners, everybody that's come together to develop the series of metrics and the roadmap that's appropriate for San Diego. As outlined today by our public health officer, the triggers for modifying the health officer's order, all of those things need to be in place. And I believe what Supervisor Desmond is advocating for is not moving ahead of our talented clinicians and hospital partners and our metrics, but rather allowing us to explore places in time where it is appropriate to move forward, of course, with proper safety protocols that are in place. At this current point in time, we don't have local control in so much that we wait for the governor to provide guidance for a particular business sector. And then we can go in as a county and we can attest to whether we can meet the health metrics to do so. I think it's an added step that isn't necessary at this point in time because locally we have the boots on the ground. We have our embedded clinicians. We have our public health officer. We can safely evaluate our metrics and know when it's safe to move forward. So I really love the concept of having local control. We spent a lot of time developing that roadmap. And again, we're not stepping ahead of the public health officer, but giving our county the flexibility to review its metrics, not held up by what's happening elsewhere in the state of California. So I think this is a good request to make of the governor to basically let us take over guidance of these business sectors, let us move forward when it's appropriate to do so for San Diego. We were leaders in our response to the pandemic. We'll continue to be leaders as we safely guide out of this pandemic. And again, it's all about the protocols in place, safely moving us forward, reopening our economy. But as the supervisor pointed out, 500,000 San Diegans without a job at this point in time, 600,000 San Diegans that have no idea where their next meal is coming from. Now it's a real struggle as people try to figure out how to keep a roof over their heads, how to feed their kids, and we need to make smart decisions here on the local level. So that's why I'm pleased to support this next step that will help us regain some of our local control. Thank you.
Okay, is there further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Supervisor Jacob.
Yeah, a couple of comments. Just one question first. For each of the businesses, Supervisor, are there protocols in place that we would be also sending to the governor along with each of the businesses that you mentioned?
That I think would be a great idea to do, to send those protocols and the safety plans. And this is not opening up 100% all at once. You know, just about all of these businesses, I'm sure, their industries have sent us plans and protocols to open up in a staged manner. And that would be my expectation for these types of openings. So I think that'd be a great idea to send along the safety plans that we've gotten from these industries to enforce the fact that we're ready and show them all the green lights.
And I have seen some of the protocols from some of the businesses that I worked with in the East County area.
but it seemed to me, I mean, you've got a good list there, and I'd like you to repeat the motion at
Sure.
some point if you would.
Sure.
But because I'm not clear on the beaches,
Okay.
that's separate and that's local, as I understand it.
That's my opinion. Yeah, and if you want to bifurcate the items, we can do that if you'd like. But my understanding is the beaches are under our county health officer's purview, and all the rest are under the state's purview.
Okay, could I get some clarification from Dr. Wooten or Helen on that then?
Yes.
On the beach issue?
Yes, Supervisor Jacob, on the beach issue, that is within the purview of the health officer, and so we do not have to wait for the state on that.
Okay, so your motion, Supervisor, is simply to ask the health officer to include that in her order to open up the beaches to all activities and the parking lots?
I'm asking us to take that position that we would like to see them open, but it's up to her to make that action. We don't have the authority as a board, but it would be our wish that we get our beaches opened up in our parking lots to full activities.
Let me ask Helen to comment. I think she has something she wants to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I just want to make sure it's clear that the decisions on the beaches was worked collaboratively between the coastal cities, those city managers, mayors, and the lifeguards, so that they could monitor safely and be able to keep the social distancing and keep control. So we adopted in our order the language and the matrix that they had provided to us. So even though we do have some authority there, we had been working collaboratively, and those decisions were made by the coastal cities. So I understand what Supervisor Desmond is proposing, and I just would want to make sure that we go back and let those mayors and city managers know that that would be something that would be different from the collaborative nature that we've been working with to try to make sure that they felt that they could control the law enforcement aspect of that. Thank you.
My understanding, every city is doing something different on their beaches anyway. So if I understand, Jim, what you're suggesting here is that from a county standpoint, that we allow more flexibility and to open up the beaches to all activities and then open up the parking lots under the protocols that have already been approved. Is that basically it? And then
if the cities want to further restrict it, that's up to them. That's up to them. But I get that. I'm just asking that to be the position of the board. And then the cities, I'm not trying to undermine any collaborative efforts. If that's what they still want to do, fine. I'm just trying to make that a position of this board.
Okay. And then on your whole list, I wasn't clear. Are you suggesting that come back to the board at our next meeting?
Well, basically, all we can really do is send a letter to the governor that we are ready, willing, and able to open the following businesses immediately.
Okay.
So they really, it's sort of like asking for local control, but this is a subset of that with these businesses.
And do we have protocols in place for all of those businesses at this point?
We would have to come up with those. I mean, what we have to do first is get the green light that we can open them. And then I think for most of these, I think we have the protocols. We'd have to talk to.
Yeah, if I could jump in for just a minute. I've worked with those sectors and developed most all of those safety protocols. I've been putting the safety protocols in the hands of the CAO as they're developed, but the ones that are currently appearing on the list have protocols locally. Again, it's my understanding that those go from Helen to the public health officer for her review and comment, because sometimes she would want to make changes or strengthen the protocols. But for the ones appearing on the list, there's been one developed. I'm not certain that at this point in time, the public health officer has been able to review and comment on all of those, which is necessary in my view.
I think I don't disagree with the list, Jim, that you put forward. I do think, though, we need to put protocols together if we're going to send this list to the governor. And as I sit here, I've not seen them all. So
We could make
I'd
that
like-
part of the motion. I'd be a friendly amendment that we develop protocols for all of these businesses. And we work with them. I think a lot of that groundwork has already been done, but if you want to make that as an amendment, be happy to.
Can you not say develop though, Jim, just include the protocols? Because most of them, again, have been developed. We're not having to recreate things. We could get them in the hands to you to review them, but in terms of developing them, they already exist.
Yeah, I think sending this list along with the protocols to open up safely is very important. And I don't think it hurts to make the request of the governor. Let me tell you where I am right now. We've got a triple whammy that we're facing. We've not only, we've added to the double whammy. We've got a public safety crisis on top of a public health crisis on top of an economic crisis. And I firmly believe in watching the monitoring that's gone on, watching what San Diegans have done in responding to doing what they should be doing, and our numbers indicate that. San Diegans have demonstrated that they know what to do. Businesses have demonstrated that they know what to do. And I visited some of my businesses that have safely reopened for dine-in and other activities that have been allowed by the governor. And as we know, the governor has the last say on this. And I also, some time ago, called for more local control, more flexibility. What's changed for me at this point is we have well-defined triggers to monitor a pullback. And our health officer, through the questioning I asked earlier today, clearly indicated she has the authority to monitor, not only monitor the triggers, but actually change the order if we need to pull back. And I think that there's going to be a risk in whatever we do. And it's a real balancing act. But the two things in my mind that have changed things is what we have going on now with the public safety crisis and the energy and with businesses really stepping up and putting together protocols for safe reopening. So I think we're in a good position in San Diego to send that forward, as I mentioned, and Jim, if you've included in your motion to include the protocols and what we're going to be sending to the governor. But I also want to make another point that I made earlier. I am concerned that our two major hospital systems were opposed to not only our accelerated phase 2, but they were opposed to nibbling into the phase 3 that our pilot program. That concerns me because they represent about 60% of the patient load in the entire county. And so while I'm going to support your motion to move this forward, I think we really need to keep an eye on those triggers, closely monitor that. And that's what I would expect from my staff, from our staff. And then to continue the conversations with both Scripps and Mercy hospitals. So that's kind of where I am on this. And I hope that making a request of the governor, here's our list. We've heard from our businesses in these different industries. Some of those are not in my district, but that's okay. Some of them are. And some of the districts have more than others. But I think at this point in time, whatever we do, there's going to be a risk. It's just a matter of how much risk as elected officials, the 5 of us, are we willing to take at this point? And I think this is a calculated risk. It's based on data. It's based on science. And again, we have well-defined triggers for a pullback if we need it.
Let me just make a couple of comments on the first recommendation, or item 3A, I guess as it was referred to, a report on the most vulnerable populations. I think that's great, and I would look forward to seeing that at our next meeting. In regards to opening up the beaches and the parking lots for all activities, sometimes it's maybe just a question of more of the language that is used, but I think since the county of San Diego really has no beaches that we have within our jurisdiction and responsibilities, I would request that maybe the language be that we request the cities to consider opening up the parking lots and the beaches for all activities. And I just, maybe Jim, you can just clarify whether that nuance is okay with you and your motion?
Yes.
Okay. And the second too, Supervisor Gaspar, is that okay?
Yes, it accurately reflects the situation at hand.
Okay, and then on the third one, again, I don't really have a problem writing a letter to the governor requesting, and this is what you're asking for in the third recommendation, is to really give us local control in regards to the timing and the protocols in regards to opening up these other activities. I can support that with a clear understanding, hopefully, from all of us, that really what we're asking is to have local control in regards to that the ultimate decision is going to be made by our public health officer in regards to looking at all the indicators that we've talked about, the triggers, the thresholds, whatever you want to call them, realizing that it's probably going to be an individual decision on some of these, that we're not necessarily saying all of them are going to open up all at once. I think, when you talk about theme parks, I think, you're talking about something that generally is bringing in a lot more people that maybe we have to further evaluate before we get to that point. But if I could just ask for a clarification of the maker of the motion, if that is the intent, I think I can support all three of the recommendations.
Yes, that is the intent. Realize we're just taking a position that this is what we would like to see.
In essence, we're asking for local control.
And local control, if you want to put that in the letter as well, you say, hey, in addition to the local control we asked for 2-3 weeks ago or whatever it was, or a couple of meetings ago, we are ready immediately to opening up these businesses in San Diego County. But it's going to be up to, absolutely, they have to, and to include the safety protocols as Supervisor Jacob has requested. But it's really going to be up to the governor, and then up to our public safety officer, Wilma Wooten, and she's done a great job as far as getting us open thus far. I think it's she's protecting our health and doing a great job of that. But we have to kind of balance the economy as well, and so that's a reason I'm pushing this effort, that this is a position of the county. It's not our action to take, but it's a position of the board, and that the governor and the county health officers are really going to be the final say, but they're going to do it in a safe and efficient manner under the limited protocols and capacities opening up those businesses.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
Yeah, Supervisor Cox, I have a quick comment. One is, it relates to the items that we already passed unanimously. I think that's really good because we have now unanimously adopted the triggers, and the data will tell us if the triggers are green, then we can continue with our reopening, and if the triggers we unanimously adopted change, then we all understand the consequences of that. And so, as long as those triggers remain green, I believe and fully support we should continue the efforts to reopen. I believe we're on a very good path. We have done an exceptionally good job as a county in terms of our initial actions when we were confronting the immediacy of the crisis. And I think in some ways we've done an even better job as it's coming to our safe reopening. I think that we are in a good position because of the way we've gone about the reopening, not in spite of it. I think that we are in a good position because we have taken a phased approach. Because we have moved cautiously, we've taken a step, we've given it time to be implemented, we've taken another step, and I continue to believe that the most important part of the reopening is that we do it responsibly, and we do it in a way that allows for smooth, continuous reopening. And so a large number of the entities that were outlined in the request are things that I believe we are ready to move forward with. I think some things like gyms, certainly things like outdoor activities around sport fishing and boating and pools and youth sports are things that cause me very little concern about what we're moving. But I can't support an effort to say we are immediately ready to now, today, move forward with much higher risk things like churches at full capacity, theme parks, and some other things. And so while I am supportive of our efforts to continue to reopen, and while I believe there are a number of entities that we could move forward with immediately, I don't think that the totality of those immediately is in our economic interest or our public health interest.
Okay, let me ask the clerk to go ahead and restate the motion.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. The motion is recommendation 3A at the next board meeting, which is June 23rd, have a presentation that is focused on the most vulnerable populations and how San Diego County will protect and serve the most vulnerable populations. 3B, take a position that the board desires under established social distancing and safety protocols to ask cities to consider opening beaches and beach parking lots for all activities. And 3C, send a letter from the chair to the governor that seeks local control and indicates San Diego County is ready, willing, and able to open the following businesses: hotels, gyms, wineries, breweries, churches to full safe distancing capacities, theme parks, youth sports, charter and fishing boats, pools, both recreational and therapeutic, arts and culture museums, and all remaining businesses that were listed in the pilot program and include the protocols and safety plans.
And I guess
Mr.
on
Chair,
that last question,
if I could just get a clarification on the item on the beaches. It says to request of the city. Is that going to be part of the a separate letter from the chair, or how is the motion intended to be implemented? Who's supposed to implement that? My assumption is coming from the chair, and that would be in a separate letter.
I would presume that would be the intent. Is that right, Supervisor Desmond?
Yes. I mean, they're all in the room right now, so I think the message will be received, but we could formalize it with a letter. That would be fine. Thank you.
And just on the last recommendation, again, I would feel more comfortable if the last sentence in that would be subject to the approval of our public health director, so that it's a clear indication that we are requesting the ability to reopen these things, but they would be contingent upon the thresholds being met and the concurrence of the public health director. Is that okay, Mr. Desmond and Supervisor Gaspar?
Absolutely, Chair Cox.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
No.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes with Supervisor Fletcher voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, let me suggest that we plow through. We've got 4 other items. Actually, one is just a report out. I think we have a total of 7 speakers. It would be my intent to complete the agenda for this morning's meeting, including the adjournments in memory, and then we'll take a 1-hour break and then reconvene for closed session after the 1 hour is up. So if there's no objection to that, let me ask right now for a report on the vote on item number 9, which was the public road item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is returning to item number 9, which is titled Conduct Assessment Ballot Election to Levy an Assessment and Proposed Permanent Road Division number 1000, zone number 1017, Kalba, Haley, Taub Streets in Ramona. The assessment ballot results are as follows. The county received 41 ballots with an assessment amount of $28,560.85. Of those, 23 ballots were in favor, representing 52.5%. There were 18 ballots that indicated a no position, representing 47.5%. Since there was not a majority protest, it would be appropriate to entertain a motion to adopt recommendations 1 through 6 in the board letter.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Jacobs, seconded by Supervisor Desmond. Any further discussion? Not, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is item number 3. Excuse me. This is the Office of Emergency Services Memorandum of Understanding with Southern California Edison for the San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station Offsite Emergency Planning Funds.
And my understanding is that we have a request to speak on this.
We have 2 requests to speak on this item. I would ask those individuals that have requested to speak to dial into the conference line now using the instructions that have been provided to you.
Do we have a staff presentation on this? Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Cox and members of the board. Funds from Southern California Edison to support radiological planning and response at San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station began over 30 years ago. These funds have been used for decades to support equipment, planning, training, and drills to increase our readiness to respond to a radiological release at the nuclear power plant. When the plant was operational, as in it had an operating nuclear reactor, the state of California collected funds from Edison, and the state provided funds to San Diego and Orange counties, and 3 cities within Orange County. But once the plant was decommissioned, there was no longer a legal requirement for Edison to continue paying local governments for a radiological emergency planning and response. However, San Diego and Orange counties felt strongly that it is the responsibility of the utility to help local governments sustain and maintain our emergency planning and response capabilities. In 2015, after the plant was decommissioned, the Board of Supervisors approved a memorandum of understanding where local governments, including San Diego County, were directly funded by Southern California Edison. This 2015 agreement was set to expire this fiscal year or when all spent fuel had been removed from the spent fuel pools, and that is scheduled to be completed this year. San Diego County Office of Emergency Services has been in negotiations along with Orange County for several years to extend the agreement and continue receiving radiological emergency planning and response funds from Southern California Edison until all spent fuel has been removed completely from the site. We are pleased to tell you today that pending your approval, we have reached such an agreement with Edison. Here to provide more information about the agreement and the county's radiological emergency planning and response capabilities is Stephen Ray, Assistant Director of the county's Office of Emergency Services. Stephen?
SONGS currently coordinates emergency planning with the counties of San Diego and Orange, the cities of San Clemente, San Juan Capistrano and Dana Point, Camp Pendleton, and state parks. These jurisdictions and agencies, along with Southern California Edison, make up the Interjurisdictional Planning Committee. This committee was formed in 1982 to address off-site emergency planning for SONGS. The mission of the committee is to integrate emergency plans, coordinate decision-making for SONGS-related activities, and educate the public. It's a strong partnership recognized at the local, state, and federal levels. The committee meets monthly. Even following the decommissionings of San Onofre, San Diego County OES currently serves as vice chair of this committee. Since the plant decommissioned in 2013, there is no longer an operating nuclear reactor at the site. Currently, all spent fuel is stored on site at San Onofre. Spent fuel is stored either in a spent fuel pool, which is fuel more recently removed from the reactor, or in dry cask storage. Management and storage of spent fuel is regulated by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, which includes approval of dry cask designs. The ultimate disposition of fuel for all commercial nuclear power plants is, by law, the responsibility of the U.S. Department of Energy. However, the federal government does not currently have such a facility. Spent fuel will remain on site until the federal government identifies a facility and puts in place a program for the fuel's disposal. Until then, Southern California Edison is responsible for its safe storage with strict oversight from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. The safety of the public is the primary concern of the Office of Emergency Services. OES and the members of the Interjurisdictional Planning Committee have committed to maintaining emergency response capabilities related to nuclear preparedness throughout the San Onofre decommissioning process, and to continue the multi-agency partnership to accomplish this goal. The county maintains the ability to receive information, independently monitor and assess conditions, and take actions to protect residents, visitors, and emergency workers. Public safety capabilities include law enforcement, fire, medical, radiological monitoring, multi-agency coordination, and public information. Current emergency plans call for Edison to notify San Diego and Orange counties of an unusual event or alert at the plant within 15 minutes of the event. If a radiological emergency were to occur, San Diego County, Orange County, and Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton would send radiation monitoring teams into areas around the plant to take soil and air samples to determine the extent of the release of off-site from plant grounds. The data from the field, collected by local first responders, and the data from the plant are analyzed by the health physicists and public health officers from San Diego and Orange counties. A decision about recommended public protective actions is reached once all jurisdictions speak together on a conference call. This procedure has been practiced and drilled for years and will continue. Independent analysis and verification is built into the response planning and procedures. San Diego County receives around $360,000 annually from Edison for San Onofre emergency planning, training, and equipment. This is the same amount the County of San Diego received when the plant was operational and Edison was required by law to pay off-site jurisdictions for emergency planning. The current Memorandum of Understanding for support of radiological planning and response between Edison and the County of San Diego is active until the end of FY 1920. Together with Orange County, San Diego County OES has negotiated with Edison to extend the agreement until all spent nuclear fuel is moved off-site. Phase 1 and Phase 2 are currently referenced in the existing Memorandum of Understanding and will continue. Phase 3 will cover the 7 years it takes to dismantle and deconstruct the plant. Phase 4 will remain in place until 2049 or until all spent fuel is removed from the site. San Diego County recognizes our obligation to the community to maintain radiological emergency preparedness and response capability throughout the decommissioning process. Funding needs for existing contracts, emergency radiological planning, support for our mass notification system, training, drills, and public education will be ongoing for years. This table shows the proposed funding levels for the 4 phases detailed in the Memorandum of Understanding. Not all of the fuel canisters have been moved from the spent fuel pools to dry storage. The current MOA maintains the funding level at 100% until all fuel canisters are moved to dry cask storage. Phase 2, which lowers the funding level the following year to 75%, was also in the original agreement. Phase 3 covers the time it will take to dismantle and deconstruct all above-ground structures, as well as a partial removal of offshore pipes, buoys, and anchors. Funding during this phase will be 66% of the baseline budget. Finally, in Phase 4, 25% of the baseline budget will be active until all spent fuel is removed from the site. This is estimated to be the year 2049. The budget is adjusted annually based on the California Consumer Price Index fiscal year average. I will now turn the presentation back over to Holly Porter.
Today's recommendation is to approve and authorize the Chief Administrative Officer or her designee to execute a Memorandum of Understanding for the period of 2020 through the latter of 2049, or when all spent fuel is removed from plant grounds with Southern California Edison, to provide off-site emergency planning funds for the San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station. Chairman Cox and members of the board, this concludes our presentation, subject to your board's questions.
Okay, are there any questions by supervisors of staff? Hearing none, I think we have 2 public communication speakers. We'll call on them now.
Chairman Cox, that's correct. We'll begin by calling the first speaker.
Thank you. Our first speaker is 4600, and please state your name for the audio record when you begin.
Hi, this is Charles Langley with Public Watchdogs. Tomorrow, Public Watchdogs will be making oral arguments in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals to stop the ongoing burial of nuclear waste at San Onofre. I'm requesting that you vote to delay the MOU with Southern California Edison for the following reasons. First, the county is being sold a bill of goods. I recently attended an Edison community engagement panel meeting to discuss worst case scenarios at SONGS, and their guest was Ed Lyman, an expert with the Union of Concerned Scientists, who testified about Nuclear Regulatory Commission laws and rules. And he stated there is no requirement for Southern California Edison to maintain a security force or even a security guard at the site once the decommissioning is completed. I think this should be an important thing for the county to consider when it moves forward in its budgeting. Obviously, security should be a matter of grave concern to the county. And the best way to respond to a nuclear event is to make certain that a nuclear event doesn't happen in the first place. Another factor I'd like you to consider is that the MOU, as far as the public is concerned, is confidential. The public has a right to know how the public's business is being conducted, and a vote at this time is improper. The county should publish the MOU on its website so the public can have a chance to review it before the county votes. It's also my understanding, as you just said, that the MOU delivers decreasing amounts of money until the year 2049, I believe. As the facility ages, it's likely to require more money each year to maintain it. The canisters at SONGS are warranted for as few as 10 years. And we're concerned about what type of shape they'll be in the year 2050. In other words, the county's budget, it might make sense for it to increase as time goes on instead of decreasing as time goes on. We know, for example, that similar canisters at a nuclear plant in Coburg, South Africa, had through-wall cracks in the canisters after just 16 years. So about the only thing I know of that gets better with age is wine. And at San Onofre, the risks to the public will increase with age. So please delay this vote until the public has had time to review the MOU and the county is fully aware of the true costs of a response to a nuclear event. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4611.
Good afternoon. This is Nina Babiars, a board member with Public Watchdogs. We ask that you postpone this MOU vote until the public, who is most at risk, has a fair and open opportunity to review and comment on it. After all, we're talking about an emergency response of a risky and costly nuclear accident, and the public has a right to know. Risk is probable loss. It's not possible loss or likely, but probable loss. Southern California Edison knows just how risky the situation at San Onofre is. That's why after the radiation leak that closed the plant, Edison sought and was granted massive emergency planning exemptions, abdicating Edison's responsibility to the risk that they created. Edison knew how risky when they sought and got insurance exemptions in January of 2018, just weeks prior before the nuclear waste burial began. Just how risky is the situation at San Onofre? It's so risky that none of your constituents can even buy insurance. Again, the public cannot buy insurance to protect their homes nor their businesses should another radiation leak occur at San Onofre. This emergency response MOU you're voting on today, with a confidentiality clause that shrouds details from public scrutiny, is a gamble. Why? Let's just look at what has happened since the initial MOU that mirrors this one was approved by the county in 2015. In March of 2018, just 6 weeks into the burial start, the burial was abruptly shut down 10 days due to broken bolts and shims. What was the result? Edison's chief nuclear officer admitting that the cans could not be retrieved for repair. July 22nd, 2018, an unreported near-miss drop that had if it had been reported as required by federal law by Edison, could have possibly averted the next incident of August the 3rd, a near-miss drop of a can containing the equivalent amount of cesium-137 released of all of Chernobyl, again unreported as required by Edison and required by federal law, that resulted in an 11-month Nuclear Regulatory Commission special inspection revealing federal violations of law, gross mismanagement by Edison, and civil penalties that were a slap on the wrist compared to the potential consequences of loss to our community. These unanticipated risks that have transpired in the last 4 years have increased the risk, while the MOU you're about to vote on diminishes the revenue with every year of giving a false and deceptive impression that the risk decreases. Please keep in mind the period this MOU extends is greater than the warranty of the scratched and damaged cans now buried in the ground 108 feet from the Pacific Ocean on an earthquake fault, in a tsunami inundation zone, and in the middle of millions of your own constituents. The devil is in the details of this MOU. Look at the scope of deliverables required with a pittance of funds needed. Please get a reality check and consider the resources that will really be required, especially when you take a look at what happened at Fukushima. Again, we urge that you postpone this vote today and give the public who is most at risk for an emergency response to have an opportunity to look at it, because the public does have a right to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me ask the county council if he'd like to respond.
One thing I do want to just clarify for the record, the first speaker said that the MOU is confidential and is not available, and the MOU is actually attached to the board letter and has been with the board letter on the website, so it has been available. There is a confidentiality provision in the MOU, and all it speaks to is that to the extent that information is confidential under federal or state law, it will remain confidential. There's nothing unusual about that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
if I could.
Supervisor Desmond.
Yeah, thank you. I'm the county's representative on the San Onofre Community Engagement Panel, and I've attended many of the meetings here over the last year or two. And you know, it is kind of there are some risks having San Onofre there, having it shut down, and you know that site was never really planned to store spent nuclear fuel. Ever since the 60s, the federal government, it's been their task to find a storage site for spent nuclear fuel, and they have yet to come up with a site. So what Southern California Edison has been doing in the dismantling of this plant, and they're going to continue that effort. The domes will be gone in a few years, is they've been moving the spent fuel out of the pools and then into these canisters that are then buried and sunk in concrete. And I was actually told, I asked the question in one of the meetings, you know, what's the life of these canisters? And it was kind of surprising. They said, the answer I got was at 60 to potentially 100 years on the canisters, whereas the spent fuel has a much longer lifetime. But what we're trying to do is get these canisters moved someplace as quickly as possible. Yucca Mountain has always been on the horizon. And then, you know, Congressman Levin has actually made a lot of efforts as well as trying to get this site, because of its location to the water, because of the location on fault lines, that this fuel, once the federal government does have a site, gets moved first. There's been potential sites throughout the country, well, actually in Texas, there's been two potential, to Texas and Utah, I think it is, for temporary storage facilities, or communities that are willing to accept some of this, but there's a lot of regulations and guidelines. So unfortunately, there still is, you know, fuel being stored in as safe a manner as possible at the site. This MOU is really, you know, just, quite frankly, it's with Southern California Edison, and this is for off-site emergency planning. So our EOC would handle any off-site emergency planning, not on-site emergency. That would be handled by Southern California Edison, but any off-site, and quite frankly, they don't have to give us a nickel. So the money that they're giving us for this offsite planning is it does decrease over time. It was much higher when the plant was in operation. Now that it's shut down, so there's less of a risk. And once the fuel gets hopefully into all these canisters by the end of this year, then the safety levels will be there'll be less risk than there was essentially when the plant was operating. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve this item and accept Southern California Edison's money for this effort for the offsite emergency planning funding.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Yeah, I'll second the motion, Supervisor Cox. I would just add to that, I know we all take seriously the very real safety threat posed by the San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station, and that our county is always prepared to respond in the case of an emergency. And I appreciate those who called in with their concerns. I think so many of us have been horrified by the disaster that happened in Fukushima. It is certainly my hope that we will do everything we can to mitigate the public safety and environmental concerns that are presently posed by the situation at Songs. I am concerned about the amount of money we're receiving from Southern California Edison. I believe our emergency services needs and assessment and planning is significantly greater than what Edison is providing to us. We know that there are ongoing safety issues that we have to monitor and evaluate. And in all candor, I have concerns about Edison's questionable safety track record. The challenges of responding to a problem at this facility are vast. And even when the decommissioning is completed on site, there will be multiple canisters of tons and tons of radioactive waste that will be on that site presently forever. This location is next to our ocean. It's next to Interstate 5, our rail connection to Los Angeles, and near our huge urban areas of Southern California. And so I support us taking the money that is being provided, but I would like to see Edison make a much more significant commitment and investment in ensuring the safety of not only San Diego County residents, but Orange County and perhaps all the way up into Los Angeles. And so, again, I don't think we should decline the availability of a very modest amount of money to help, but I have far greater concerns about what's happening. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments from supervisors? If not, we have a motion by Vice Chair Desmond, seconded by Supervisor Fletcher to accept the staff recommendations on this item. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob.
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar.
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond.
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Very good. The next item is item number 5. This is establishing the Housing Our Youth pilot program in San Diego County. I'm very excited to bring this item forward today to kick off the creation of this pilot program. In my State of the County address earlier this year, I mentioned creating a program called Housing Our Youth, or HOY, which translates into day in Spanish, that would focus on ending generational cycles of homelessness. At the County of San Diego, we spend a good amount of time working to find solutions on the most pressing problems regarding homelessness in our region. And as we work to address homelessness in the present, it's time we set our sights upstream to create a better future. For this, there is no better population to start with than youth. We know that when basic needs like housing are not met, it's nearly impossible to focus on anything else, such as like school or entering the workforce. That's why I want to leverage flexible state funding and new housing vouchers made available by HUD to deploy a coordinated preventative approach to addressing youth homelessness. In order to become a region that dramatically changes the reality we see on our streets today, we have to intervene early on the course of a person's life. The goal is to keep them from becoming homeless in the first place. And if they are homeless, providing resources and support when they are still young dramatically improves their opportunities to succeed later in life. If we can create a fully integrated system of coordinated care, wraparound support, and housing for youth under the age of 24 who need it most, I believe we can achieve long-term prevention of homelessness in our region. I expect this pilot to support and leverage other regional resources like those available through the Regional Task Force on the Homeless and our philanthropic community. Together we can do more, and I look forward to seeing this pilot program progress. With that, I know that we have one speaker, I think, that wishes to speak on this item, and we'll go to that speaker now.
Mr. Chairman, we had one request to speak in favor of this item, and it appears the individual has not called into the meeting at this time.
Okay, well, then I would move to approve the recommendations included in item 5.
Second.
Any discussion?
I'd just like to make a comment, Chairman Cox. I want to thank you for bringing this forward. As we address homelessness in the county, the foster youth program is an area where the Board of Supervisors can make a significant difference with housing support for our youth. It's very clear that the foster youth often fall into homelessness. Laser focusing and targeting services at this at-risk population, I'm hopeful, will help. Along with the housing assistant you're proposing, my staff has also been working with the Child's Advocacy Institute at the University of San Diego Schools of Law to develop a transitional life coach board letter coming in the near future. This is a special coach, not just a monitor. It's an extended member of the youth foster youth family. They can help with finances, provide advice on life matters, and help bridge the gap between social services and absent parents. I'm going to hope to bring this forward soon, and it would partner as well. I think it would be a great partner program with the HOI program. I think all this would be positive, supportive changes for our young people. If we can keep them out of homelessness, when they're young, they have a much better chance for the future. So I applaud you for bringing this item forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Chairman,
yes, Supervisor Jacob.
Just a couple of comments. I want to commend you, Chairman Cox, for your leadership on foster youth over the years and all that you've done in this initiative. I think it's one more step in making sure that the most vulnerable of our young people have a chance, and in every way we can to give them a chance. So I just want to thank you. You worked hard over the years, whether it's San Pasquale County Academy or the Polinsky Center or whatever. You've been right out front and fighting for these kids. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your comments. If there's no further discussion, we will go ahead and vote. Oh, we do have a speaker. All right, let's go ahead and go to that speaker.
If 9399 can please state your name for the audio record, and then you can address the board, please. Oh, I just dropped off the call.
Okay, Supervisor Fletcher, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, I just want to briefly just support this item. Obviously, the HAP funds that we get are designed to be spent regionally, and this certainly is a regional effort. The children and young folks who come out of our foster care system are vulnerable. I think the overwhelming majority of them, Supervisor Cox, are presently experiencing homelessness are in our districts, and so I think that launching this regional program is important. And I know coordinating it with all of the other entities that are involved in all of these other jurisdictions will be vital to our success. But I want to commend this program and this effort, and I'm pleased to support it.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. We do have a motion made by the chair and seconded by Supervisor Jacob to accept the recommendations included in item number 5. If the clerk would please call the roll.
Thank you, Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob.
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar.
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond.
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Very good. The last item we have today to take action on in our public session is item number 22. This is extending protections for tenants and small businesses affected by the novel coronavirus pandemic. As the co-chair of the, along with Supervisor Fletcher of the county's COVID-19 subcommittee, I want to acknowledge the great importance of our action last March, which was brought forward by Supervisor Fletcher and Supervisor Kristen Gaspar, which aimed at protecting our region's tenants, homeowners, and small businesses during this public health crisis that we're dealing with. This original moratorium, which only affects the unincorporated area, expired this past Sunday, May 31st, and we decided before the docket deadline closed to update the language and extend it for another month. As we slowly reopen our economy and see many return to work, I see it necessary for us to be responsible and sensitive to the struggles that many are still going through, especially those unable to return to work. For these reasons, I believe we need to extend the eviction moratorium for another month. Now, let me acknowledge that there are many folks still out of work, being forced to decide between rent and food, having to deal with how they will get through the next month, the next week, or even the next day has got to be a very difficult decision. This extension will give residential and commercial renters more time to get back on their feet. For those who have slowly returned to work or businesses that are up and running in some capacity, we are encouraging them to set up arrangements with their landlords to pay as much rent as they can to lessen the burden on the landlords and avoiding having unbearable large sums to be paid back at some point in the future. Again, this is not an effort to provide free rent. It's an acknowledgement that during this crisis, some people are going to be adversely impacted, and it's really an encouragement for the tenants and the landlords to work together on a repayment plan. Supervisor Fletcher is the co-docketer of this item. Do you have any additional comments you want to make?
Just briefly, Supervisor Cox, we know as we continue through our reopening phase, it is certainly going to take time for our businesses to get back up and running, for people to get back to work. We know even those entities that we may have opened a number of weeks ago, many of them have not reopened their doors, and certainly very few of them have fully reopened them. And so we know that it's going to take time for the recovery to happen. And so in light of this, I think it's an appropriate and prudent step to just extend these protections for one additional month. This will align with the governor's executive order, allowing counties to do this. It would also align us with the city of San Diego, which has extended their protections for one additional month as well. Again, anyone who has to document or show hardship directly tied to COVID-19, so it's not just a free rent type situation, you have to be able to show it. And then we continue to encourage tenants to work with landlords to come up with arrangements for what they may be able to pay. And so I think this is an appropriate step for us to take at this point. Thank you.
Okay, we do have 4 speakers, I think, that wish to speak on this item, so we'll go ahead and call them at this time.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. We do have 3 speakers on the line at this time, ready to address the board. We'll be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number, and you'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. We'll ask each speaker to state their name for the audio record, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. I'll ask Aaron to call the first speaker.
Thank you. Our first speaker is 1156. You may address the board. Can you turn up the volume on your phone? We're having a hard time hearing you. We're going to give you a moment. We'll go to the next caller. Let's try 3640.
Thank you. Good morning. My name's David Garcias. I'm the president of SEIU Local 221. I'm proud to represent more than 10,000 county workers that are on the front lines of the COVID-19 pandemic here in San Diego. Today, SEIU Local 221, with our county employees, are standing with the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition and asking the Board of Supervisors to extend protections to tenants and small businesses impacted by COVID-19 by extending eviction protections. Restarting evictions would worsen the risk of the current health crisis, which has disproportionately impacted people of color and African Americans in particular. Because this health emergency shows no signs of coming to an end soon or in the near future, and unemployment levels have risen, we believe that you should extend protections to tenants and small businesses, extending eviction protections. And as supervisors have mentioned earlier in this meeting, this pandemic is hitting many different sectors of our economy, but also to the workforce who are not working right now and are unable to pay for their rent. So we ask that you extend the eviction protections. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9343.
Hi, good afternoon. Michelle Krug again. I really thank you for putting this on the agenda and for making this effort. I would ask you to see about expanding it so that renters have the same protection as people who have mortgages like myself, that if I'm not able to pay the mortgage, then it goes at the end of my loan. I know you can't do that in the same way with a renter, but so many people are talking to me about the anticipation of having this gigantic balloon payment at the end of this pandemic and being able to find work, etc. If there was a way of at least mandating or somehow putting more strength on the landlords having to make some kind of a plan so that it's paid over 4 months, 6 months, so that people, again, aren't worried about being able to rebuild their lives. So, but again, thank you for putting this on the agenda, and I have a tiny amount of time. I had signed up to speak on number 13, but you didn't call for the speakers, but I just really appreciate that you passed that. As an executive board member for the California Alliance of Retired Americans, I know that with seniors in particular, it's really hard to get good information about contracts, and I appreciate that you're extending the time from 3 to 5 days, as well as for people that are sexually exploited so that they're not fearful of coming forward, as well as just putting an end to the internet gouging. So again, thank you for 13, and thank you, Nathan Fletcher, for staying strong on your no votes.
Thank you. We'll try to go back to 1156, who had the audio issue.
Sí, buenas tardes. Necesito traductor, por favor. Mi nombre es Marta Orozco.
Sí. Do you want to? Is there anybody who wants to translate?
Yes, please. Where is Fanny? Se está riendo porque le pedí traductor.
Señora,
se está riendo porque le pedí traductor. Sí, señora, gracias. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marta Orozco y soy voluntaria en Employer Center. Y estoy hablando de la coalición, Alianza, para el presupuesto. Y mi exigencia es que necesitamos oficinas para los trabajadores, inmigrantes, los trabajadores esenciales que estamos dando la cara ahorita. Necesitamos apoyo para que no se nos ignore.
Good afternoon. My name is Marta Orozco, and I am with the Invest in San Diego Coalition, and I am asking for offices for immigrants and workers, and that we not be ignored.
Sí, esa es nuestra exigencia, que nos respeten como trabajadores esenciales, que nos den nuestro salario justo, horas justas, y que seguiremos aquí defendiendo nuestra ciudad.
That we be respected and paid like essential workers, that we have a just salary, and that we will continue working and defending our city.
Porque solamente así, con un salario digno y un trabajo justo, podremos pagar nuestra renta y nuestra comida.
Because only with a just salary and dignified work can we continue to pay our rent and purchase our food.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
And that concludes public testimony on this item, Chairman Cox.
Appreciate the public comment on this item. I would move to approve the recommendations contained in item number 22. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion?
I have a few comments to make and asking for your support in one additional item. The San Diego Association of Realtors has reached out to both the city and the county. They produced a letter regarding the creation of a potential rental assistance program to go alongside these extensions. They've been working with the Rental Housing Association that represents over 128,000 rental units in Southern California. And they've indicated that many of the residents who their members house are finding themselves in a very challenging financial position at this time. I know when we brought this forward last time, I conveyed that message as well, that many of the property owners use these rental payments in order to meet their own bills. The other thing that they use this rental income for is to maintain a workforce. So in rental properties, you often see embedded plumbers and maintenance workers, landscapers that work on property, and they're using that rental income to cover these costs. And I don't think any of us imagined that this pandemic would go on so long. I know that there are so many competing financial needs and challenges out there, and certainly those making their rental payments. But we also have to be mindful of the individuals who are owning these properties that have to make their own payments as well. Many of them carry mortgages. So I think ignoring one entire population and favoring the other isn't exactly the right thing to do at this point, especially keeping in mind that when it comes to the first rental payment coming forward, it could be 7 months into this pandemic. So you're looking at a November payment date for rent being paid. That's a long time for a landlord to wait for a dime to come through, 7 months. So I'm very worried. I'm also worried about the renter's ability to pay with a backlog of 7 months worth of rent in some cases. So they've come up with a creative way to take a look at CDBG funding, for example, to create a rental assistance program. I'd like for our staff, our CAO, just to take a look at the San Diego Association of Realtors letter, take a look at any potential for a creative CDBG rental assistance program for the county, and just bring back that information to the board. This also would align us with the City of San Diego. It's my understanding after a conversation with the Association of Realtors that the City of San Diego plans to look into a potential CDBG rental assistance program. So I just asked my colleagues today, while I'm happy to move forward and support this item, that we do ask our CAO to take a look at a potential rental assistance program.
Excuse me, that's acceptable to the maker of the motion to include that as a additional request. Is that okay with the seconder?
Yeah, that's fine. I think I caution about using CDBG money. That's used in the unincorporated area basically for important infrastructure, and there's never enough to the communities that qualify for that. So, I mean, take a look at it and see what funding sources might be available.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob.
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar.
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond.
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Okay, before we adjourn, we do have 3 adjournments in memory, and I'll first call on Supervisor Jim Desmond to adjourn in memory of Felix Nelson Green.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to adjourn this meeting in memory of Master Gunnery Sergeant of Felix Nelson Green. Master Gunnery Sergeant Felix Nelson Green was born on March 12, 1939, and peacefully passed away on May 3, 2020. Felix selflessly served our country in the United States Marine Corps for 28 years, 20 years on active duty and 8 years in the reserves. Even though his military orders transferred him to various locations throughout the world, he called Oceanside home, and he loved deep sea fishing. After retiring from the Marines in 1983, he worked as an electronics instructor for 20 years at ITT Technical Institute in Kearney Mesa. In his 81 years here on Earth, he was a loving husband to Lois Green for 52 years. Father to Curtis Green and Regina McGrath, and a grandpa to 5 grandchildren. He was an ordained deacon, and his family knows he is resting well in heaven. Felix's service to our country and to his family will not be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I have two adjournments in memory today. The first one is for Father Richard Brown, who was a longtime priest in Barrio Logan, who championed social justice and education. He passed away May 20th at the age of 93. A San Diego native, Father Brown graduated from St. Augustine High School and earned his master's degree in theology from Gonzaga University. In 1958, he was ordained as a Jesuit priest and later served for 5 years in Mexico City. In 1968, he arrived at Our Lady of Guadalupe Parish in Barrio Logan and soon became an indispensable part of the community. He officiated thousands of baptisms, quinceañeras, weddings, and other celebrations. He would bless the cars of lowriders who congregated at Chicano Park, and he would talk to gang members to encourage them to change their lives and keep the peace in the community. He served on the board of directors of the Barrio Station Community Center for 5 decades, and in 2005, Father Brown retired after serving 37 years as the parish priest. Father Richard Brown was a beacon of humanity to everyone who ever met him, and Barrio Logan won't be the same without him. The second adjournment that I have is in honor of Salvador Saucedo, a dedicated community activist who became a respected leader of the region's Latino community. He passed away on May 16th at the age of 90. Mr. Saucedo was raised in Mexico and later El Paso before moving to Los Angeles. Early in life, he was a member of the California National Guard and was active with the GI Forum. He moved to San Diego in the 1970s and was an employment counselor and job developer in San Marcos and later at the South County Career Center in Chula Vista. He was chairman of the MAC project and had leadership roles with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and United Way of San Diego. He served as a commissioner for the city of Chula Vista and a mentor for the Puente project of Southwestern College. Mr. Saucedo is survived by his wife of 43 years, Gail, his sons Sal and Michael, and daughters Linda, Diana, Gloria, Moriama, and Diana. Salvador Saucedo was passionate about improving our community, and he will be greatly missed. That concludes the items before the Board of Supervisors today on our public agenda. We will adjourn to closed session, reconvening at 2:15. It gives us about an hour for members of the board to get lunch. And if there are any reportable items out of closed session, those will be reported out at the conclusion of closed session. Oh, okay, I stand corrected. They will be reported out tomorrow at the regular land use agenda meeting, which that meeting again will be held back at the Board of Supervisors chambers, or at least to be conducted at the County Administration Center. Is there any other business to come before us today? If not, we will stand adjourned to closed session at 2:15.
The board will now be in recess and reconvene at 2:15 into closed session to consider those matters listed under item 23 in today's agenda and item 1 on the Air Pollution Control District agenda. As the chairman noted, if there are any reportable actions, they will be reported out prior to the start of the planning and land use session of this meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, June 3rd, 2020.